First of all, yeah, because, yes. Good evening, everyone. I think we have five out. Good evening. We're going to start our board meeting, and we want to call our meeting to order. And we're going to ask Ms. Duhart to lead us in the pledge.
Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. Thank you.
And thank you. We are now at item 1.3, approval of the agenda.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. We're now going to have a discussion. So at this time, the board is now able to pull anything that they have on the consent calendar, and Karen will record those. And remember, this is just a change so that our student board members will also have an opportunity to weigh in the discussion later on.
Madam President, I'd like to pull, I believe it's 11.15,
Okay,
the CABE one. I cannot vote on that. I have to recuse myself.
okay, 11.15, Karen and Dr. Flores will be recusing.
Madam President,
Yes,
I'd like to pull 11.17, please.
11.17, Dr. Wyatt
Need to recuse myself. I'm on the Board of Directors.
recusing also on the board. Any others?
Madam President, the
Yes.
same one that Dr. Flores pulled, not to recuse myself, but just to make a comment.
Comment, okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Now we will move to 1.4, inspirational message by Miss,
We have to do a vote.
wait, I'm sorry.
So moved.
But we're,
Oh, okay.
but we're not gonna,
On the consent.
Yeah, you're just approving the
yes, we're
agenda.
just approving it right now and the agenda, so.
Yes, you
Yes,
vote.
we're gonna
to
vote
approve
on
agenda.
the agenda, just the agenda side. It's there.
And I would like to have Ms. Corey come down from Savant Elementary School. Where's Corey at?
Where are we at?
And Corey, come to the microphone. And Corey is a third grader, right, Corey?
Yes.
And pull the mic down so we can hear you.
This one?
And so, Corey participated in the Phi Delta Kappa Black History Bee, Dr. Hill. And I asked Corey, out of all the poems you learned, what was your favorite poem? So tonight she's going to recite her favorite poem. Now remember, she memorized over 10 poems, but this was her favorite. So I'd like to hear your favorite poem, all right? Go ahead.
I am a black bird with golden wings. I am a hummingbird who knows how to sing. I am a silver shark at the bottom of the sea. I am a rainbow fish swimming comfortably. I'm a brown stallion running across the field. I'm one of God's creations who feels for real.
Thank you very
Great
much.
job. Great job, thank you. Okay, now we will have our,
And
we will
can I just say to Dr. Hill and the group that does the Black History Bee, it means so much for the young folks to learn those poems because they truly do internalize some of them, and it has a lot of meaning to them. So I wanted to just thank you, and I think that was a perfect example. Thank you, Ms. Corey.
all right.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we are still at item 1.4, and our inspirational message is by Miss Abigail Rosales Medina.
Thank you. And actually, Mr. Tillman, I appreciate you doing that, although I didn't expect it, but this is a beautiful time at the end of Black History Month. We want to make sure that it continues throughout the year, and this is a message that we send for our youth as well as our adults. I also want to mention today, for those that have not voted yet, there's still time. Elections, the ballot, the doors closes at 8 o'clock. So if you haven't exercised your right to vote, right now is the time to do so. I mean, this is basically my message now that today is election day, as we see. Whatever the results are at the end of the day, we want to make sure we kind of come as a united front to push for what's right for our communities and our children. And so that's my message, just making sure that you come out to vote.
Thank you, Ms. Medina, we appreciate that. Dr. Marsden?
Yeah, just thank you. I'd like to take a moment to welcome and recognize the following new administrators who are in attendance tonight and currently participating in the district's onboarding program. And so if they could please stand and be recognized. Tamika Casey, Vice Principal, Brown Elementary School. Casey? There, oh, in proxy for, okay. And Lily Ellefson, Principal of Ole Elementary School. Present. Eric Nuno, Research Analyst, Accountability and Education Technology. Nice. Welcome. Tell we got a good team there. Colleen Williams, Director of Student Wellness and Support Services.
Congratulations.
So congratulations and welcome. Grateful you're in this part of our welcome and onboarding program for the district. Thank you.
And thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. We do like to see you. We know after that you're very busy doing what you do. All right, we are now at item 2.1, California Distinguished School, Manuel A. Salinas, Creative Arts Elementary School.
I would like to invite the board to come forward so that you can greet those that are here representing Salinas. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us as we celebrate academic and teaching excellence at Manuel Salinas Creative Arts Elementary School. And we celebrate our commitment to the emotional well-being of students across our district. Later in the program, we will also honor the important work of employees who have dedicated their careers to making hope happen for students. And lastly, we will receive an award that acknowledges all that SBCUSD is doing to conserve environmental resources. We will start our special recognitions by honoring the entire staff of Salinas Elementary School. Salinas is in the spotlight today because it was recently named a 2020 California Distinguished School by the California Department of Education. At this time, I would like to call forward Salinas Principal, Ms. Heather Regalado. I would also like to invite her entire staff, both certificated and classified, and any parents or students that are with us this evening. As they make their way forward to receive a special certificate of recognition, let me share more about this exemplary school. The California Department of Education selected Salinas for this prestigious award because of its success in closing the achievement gap, a term that refers to academic disparities between different groups of students. Salinas is just one of 19 San Bernardino County elementary campuses to earn the California Distinguished School honor this year. Audience, will you please give Salinas Elementary and all its wonderful teachers and staff a round of applause? One Salinas Elementary teacher deserves individual recognition for his dedication to teaching. Although the teacher, Mr. Will Bashirs, can't join us this afternoon, we congratulate him and send him a big round of applause. Will is a 2020 recipient of the National Education Association Foundation Award for Teaching Excellence. Let's hear it for Mr. Bashirs. The next group of honorees are the men and women who volunteer to counsel and provide emotional support to students and staff following a traumatic event. It is important that we take time to express our gratitude and appreciation for their work because this school year has been a record one for the district's crisis intervention team. The team was formed 20 years ago to provide assistance to students and staff when they need to make sense of a tragedy, like the death of a fellow student or staff member. At a moment's notice, the team of volunteers breaks away from their professional roles and responsibilities to serve in a crisis intervention capacity. In an average school year, the crisis intervention team responds to about 20 incidents. But this school year has been especially taxing on the team members. Just 5 months into the school year, the team has already assisted in 20 separate incidents across the district. Their work is vital because addressing the mental health issues of students means they can return to normalcy and focus on school. The Board of Education and Superintendent Marsden honor the courageous and difficult work of the district's crisis intervention team by presenting special certificates of recognition to each member. When I call your name, please come forward. First up is Crystal Alba, school psychologist. Maria Alegria, counselor. Sean Antos, psychologist. Victor Boyko, school counselor. Jill Catlin, program specialist. Yesenia Ceballos, school counselor. Ruth Cook, program specialist. Latasha Cooper, school psychologist. Carla Cruz, Program Specialist. Xenia Diaz, School Counselor. Nicoletta Dragon, School Psychologist. Sonia Esparza, Counselor. Stephanie Fletcher, Program Specialist. Brenda Freshwater, Program Specialist. Bianca Galdamez, School Counselor. Vasti Garcia, School Counselor. Melinda Goggin, Program Specialist. Ursula Gonzalez, Secretary. Erica Hernandez, Counselor. Cynthia Hawley, School Counselor. Jamie Hose, School Counselor. Deidre Jones, Counselor. Esther McCulloch, Counselor. Cindy Meyer, Program Specialist. Sonia Morales, School Psychologist. Michelle Myers, Program Specialist. Timothy Ottening, Counselor. Michael Partida, Counselor. Teresa Ramos, Program Specialist. Kent Rathbun, Psychologist. Jason Romero, Psychologist. Jessica Shields, Psychologist. Rebecca Smith, Counselor. Kara Tofty Bro, Program Specialist. Maisha Turner, Counselor. Nancy Walker, Program Specialist. And last but not least, Colleen Williams, Director of Student Wellness and Support. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the work of the District Crisis Intervention Team with another round of applause.
while they're all getting together, we just want to thank you all. We never see you all at the same time, but we appreciate you, and we know you're probably going to go out real quick, so thank you again.
It's an honor to get to meet all of you.
And hold on to the team. Please don't move. Remain on the dais area. Okay, please remain. Please remain. And now it's time to honor two amazing women who have devoted 20 years of their district career to making hope happen for thousands of students. Although they work with students outside the classroom, both play a pivotal role in student learning because they equip children with the skills to cope with unthinkable tragedies. As two of the original members of the district's crisis intervention team, these employees have put their own emotional needs aside to support students and staff during trying times. Their expertise and passion in crisis counseling and therapy has made it possible for students to process emotional trauma so they can return to the business of learning and achieving. They also play a key role in supporting employees during a school-related crisis. Each brings unique contributions and a different point of view to their important work, but it would be difficult to honor one without recognizing the other. Ladies and gentlemen, it is fitting to present the prestigious Making Hope Happen Award to program specialists Jill Catlin and Carla Cruz. Surprise! Thank you, Carla and Jill, for being an integral part of what makes San Bernardino City Unified such a special place for students. It is especially significant to recognize Jill's hard work because she is retiring in June. Audience, please join me in expressing gratitude for the Making Hope Happen Award recipients, Jill Catlin and Carla Cruz. One more photo op. As our crisis intervention team leaves, I want to encourage the board and superintendent to remain standing because our last award this evening recognizes the district's ongoing efforts to conserve natural resources while also reducing utility costs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are celebrating a remarkable 44% reduction in energy consumption across the district. And our partners at Synergistics are here to present us with the prestigious Energy Excellence Award. Let's welcome their representative to the podium. Round of applause, please.
Well, I first want to start off, I have some big shoes to fill after Linda's good announcing here. Very animated. So, sorry, mine's not going to be as animated as Linda. She's excellent. Well, first wanted to thank you. Just wanted to thank you all so much for having us, and Wanted to start off with thank you, Madam President Dowdy Rogers, for having us come today. Also wanted to thank the board for having us. Also, Superintendent Marsden, thanks again very much. And it was good meeting you the other week. And then also the cabinet. Want to thank you so much for having us and taking us as hospitality. So synergistic, we're really pleased to be able to come here today. My name is Jonathan Ward. I'm the Regional Vice President, and it's my pleasure to be able to come and present today. So some high-level things about the district and how great the district has been doing. So first of all, I would like to start off with saying Synergistic, your energy savings partner, has helped more than 1,400 clients reclaim billions of dollars in savings from utilities and to reallocate those funds to pay for their most important initiatives. And as we've already stated, you have done a great job doing this at 44%. That is an amazing program. You're one of our star programs in the whole United States. It's a big accomplishment. This is really a combined effort. It really goes from the top to all the way down to the bottom. I was telling actually some of the energy specialists, the reason that this program is able to accomplish such a fantastic job is I can tell there's a community here. All the cheering and all the little heads of some people, that really shows that the whole community is really in bringing the district together, and that is a big thing for the program. So San Bernardino has reduced the environmental footprint by the equivalent of 256 million miles driven by an automobile. So obviously that's not Tesla automobiles, but the typical gas-powered automobiles. And so that's equivalent to taking off 17,000 cars off the road every year. So that's a huge environmental impact. That's awesome. Also, in total, the energy use has been reduced by a remarkable 44%, as already stated. Also, San Bernardino has received a total of 71 Energy Star rated buildings. That is a big accomplishment. You should all give yourself a round of applause. To be able to get these Energy Star rated buildings, it takes a lot of effort. You actually have to get accredited. An engineer comes out and looks at all your campuses and makes sure that they meet certain criteria. So it's a big deal to be able to get 71 of these. Also, the energy reduction of this magnitude would not be possible without really, again, the top-down involvement from the whole community. In recognition of your organization's energy stewardship and outstanding impact of the program is having on the environment, I'm honored to present San Bernardino with the Synergistic Energy Excellence Award and also the Energy Star Award. Congratulations. So we have a couple different things here. In the middle here, we have kind of some high-level numbers and then some plaques.
Audience, let's celebrate with another round of applause. Thank you. And this concludes our recognitions for tonight.
While the board's getting settled, I'd like our community and cabinet and board just to recognize, we have a couple new administrators, and I'd like to welcome and recognize them that are participating currently in the district's onboarding program. Tamika Casey, Vice Principal, Brown Elementary School. A big hand for her. Congratulations. Well earned. And Lily Ellefson, Principal, Boniol Elementary School. Congratulations. Welcome. So glad to see you and your families. Appreciate you.
Thank you again for being here, and much congratulations to you. Okay, we are down to item 3.1, closed session. Are there any public comments? All right. Well, we are now going to adjourn to closed session, and we will be back shortly. right, thank you all. We have now returned from closed session. We are now moving to item 4.2. Item 4.2, certificated reassignment, HR Certificated 19-2011. Be it resolved that the Board of Education has determined that the following certificated employee be given notice prior to March 15, 2020, that he or she may be released from assignment as a coordinator effective at the end of the 2019-2020 school year and reassigned to an assignment consistent with his or her credential authorizations effective at the beginning of the 2020-2021 school year, and that the superintendent of his designee is hereby authorized to give written notice of this action pursuant to Education Code 44951, HR Certificated 19-20-11.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? Otherwise, let's vote. Oh, you're over there. Okay, motion carried. Mr. Gallo's not present. All right, we will move to 4.3. Be it resolved that the Board of Education has determined that the following certificated employee be given notice prior to March 15, 2020, that he or she may be released from the assignment as an elementary school vice principal effective at the end of the 2019-2020 school year and reassigned to an assignment consistent with his or her credential authorizations effective at the beginning of the 2020-2021 school year, and that the superintendent or his designee is hereby authorized to give written notice of this action pursuant to Education Code 44951, HR Certificated 19-20-12.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. There's no discussion. Let's vote. All right, motion.
The hardwired connection makes it a lot better. The hardwired network connection.
All right, motion carried. We're getting better. All right, we're now at 5.1, resolution to realign school boundaries for Cole, Emerton, and Fairfax Elementary Schools for the 2020-2021 school year. We will be voting on this. Whereas the board has publicly declared the intent to realign school boundaries for Cole, Emerton, and Fairfax Elementary Schools at a regular meeting held on February 18, 2020, and whereas a community meeting was conducted on February 27, 2020, that included next year's affected parents as well as representatives from facilities planning and development, transportation, and the affected school site. And whereas during this community meeting, the parents were informed of the district's intent to change the boundaries, a presentation was given explaining the boundaries and transportation and enrollment options were explained. And whereas the district held a public hearing to receive oral comments on the boundary changes at a regular Board of Education meeting on March 3rd, 2020. Be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby finds, determines, declares, resolves, orders, and approves the realignment of school boundaries for Cole, Emerton, and Fairfax Elementary Schools for the 2020-2021 school year.
So moved. Did we open the public hearing?
Did not. Did not.
In the old, when we had the agenda in the past, if you had a public hearing, you would say, I'm now opening
Opening
the
a
public
public
hearing.
hearing. Okay, we're open and now we're at, there's a second as well? Someone second? Okay, we're at discussion now, or public hearing. Yes, Dr. Forrest?
I wasn't able to go to the meeting with the parents. So I'd like to know what were some of the concerns that they had regarding that, the boundary changes?
Dr. Flores, if I could characterize it simply, there were about 30 families represented there of the about 200 that are affected. The biggest issue is they like Emerton School. They like where they're going to school now. And so they would prefer to remain at Emerton Elementary. We did share with them that all of the district systems that are available to them even today will remain available to them. So if they wanted to put in a request for change of school, it would be space available, obviously. That's why we're making the boundary change. But they could do that. I also assured them, we took the time to assure them that we're not going to break up families. We're going to do all the things we always do in these cases to make sure that families remain intact. We get as many people to the place where they want to be as possible. So I would say if I could characterize it, there were some questions about transportation. I think there were one or two specific questions about transportation. You would have been amazed and extremely proud of Maria Espinoza, who actually cited the bus stop they were referring to through memory. It was amazing. But that was primarily it, is wanting to remain at Emerton.
So they weren't adverse to going to the other schools?
Anybody else that's was in attendance. We had President Rogers and Vice President Wyatt. Janie was there. Who else was there? I don't remember if anybody else that's in the audience. Joe, Tom was there. There were some that they don't want to go to the other schools. There was one lady who was concerned about the school that would be their new school of residence. We encouraged them to go to the school and find out, not listen to rumors, but actually make an appointment with the principal. Ruth Curry, the principal at Fairfax, was there. Keisha Handy could not be there that evening. We said, make an appointment with the principal, get a tour of the school, find out about their programs, and do your due diligence.
Did they want to know, why were they concerned? I know they wanted to stay with Emerton, but did they have any issues with having their kids walking or taking a bus, or, where they had, was it going to be far from their homes? Because Emerton is a community school, right, in their community. So were they going to be away from their community?
I would have to rely on Mr. Pace. I hope I'm not trying to put him on the spot, but in terms of people who were worried about distance, I think we just had a couple families. There were actually a couple people that said, I think I still live in Emerton's boundary. We told them we would check their address for them.
Evening. Apologize. Yes, the few that had concerns about distance, in the end, we actually found out that they live within the boundaries of Emerton.
So they would stay in Emerton?
Yeah, a couple of them were confused with the boundary change and where they resided. A couple of families found out they actually, in the end, resided within the Emerton boundaries and not the new boundaries.
Okay, thank you. The one concern I have is that only 30 parents out of 200 children came. So we don't know what 170 parents think.
That's normal, though.
So that's a lot of parents, or a lot of kids' parents. So I'm just voicing my concern for that. I will be voting no on this.
Are there any other discussions? There are no other discussions? And there are no public comments on this topic. We will vote.
Were the parents informed that the,
That's what I was going to ask too.
should we
'cause if
vote
have
on the night?
Public comments.
Again,
We told them they would be officially, after the board takes action one way or another,
Tonight.
that we would let them know.
They knew it was tonight.
that we were there.
But were they able to know that they can actually come and address it here if they had any concerns? Or they were just under the impression that it would just be voted on?
We were clear with them that the reason that the district holds a community meeting was to get their input.
Any other discussion?
I just want to comment, I remember asking how many meetings we would have with parents, and I was told that there would be 2, and I only see that we had 1. Is that correct?
Dr. Flores, my understanding from Mr. Pace is they were going to have them at each of the school sites, and the principals wanted to do it all together, and so that's why they had 1 meeting.
All right, any other discussions? All right, let's vote. All right. What is that? 1, 2, 3. Okay, motion carried. All right, item 6.1. Student board members can report on their school sites' upcoming activities and events. They may also share a comment, concern, and/or observation with the board members. So we have one of our student board members with us tonight.
Good afternoon. I would just like to share about Indian Springs. We're having a rally just specifically for our 8th graders. We've already had 5 different schools RSVP to come to our rally. So basically, we're doing a welcome to the pack rally to get our incoming freshmen comfortable with our school and just the different clubs we have there. We're gonna have sports, to introduce them and start recruitment and just get to know the incoming freshmen so they feel more at home coming into high school. 'Cause I know when I first started, I didn't know where to go, where to sign up for stuff. So this kind of gives them a leeway into high school and what it's gonna be like for them. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And 6.2 leads into our preferential vote. This is where student board members can cast a preferential vote prior to the board members' vote for certain items on the agenda. And so I didn't see anything that you gave me or any numbers you want to speak on. You're good? Okay. All right. Thank you. Now I know you have much homework to do. All right, 7.1. This is public comments, and our apologies, we're just slightly behind on that, but we would like to.
Thank you, Madam President. And Board, just a reminder that our student board members, including Mrs. Duhart, will join me and Mrs. Ontiveros for a legislative lobby trip to Sacramento later next week. So we're excited about that.
Yes. Public comments is a time during the agenda when the Board of Education is prepared to receive comments from the public within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, such as policies, regulations, and procedures of the district, comments on programs, services, or operations of the district, or fiscal matters of the district. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda. When recognized, step to the podium and give your full name. Each individual will have no more than 5 minutes. If a group of 6 or more individuals wish to speak on one topic, you will be given 30 minutes. Please notate all names that will be speaking on the blue comment card so appropriate time can be given. If you have any handouts for the board, please give them to the board secretary. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Dr. Marsden?
Thank you, Madam President. Board welcomes first from Savant Prep, Ms. Reese, Ms. Balcazar, Freeman, and Ms. Tillman. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening to the board, superintendent, members of the cabinet. It is always such a nostalgic feeling to be here in front of you all. just to share a little bit about what we are doing and the updates here at Savant Prep. We are here as part of the San Bernardino Charter Consortium just to give you all an update. You are receiving a folder right now that has all the documentation for everything that we're getting ready to share with you. We will first just like to start with a year in review. So in September, we started our second school year at Savant Prep. We actually had a parent cook breakfast for everyone. We had parents set up the cafeteria to make it a very inviting room and environment. And pictured there in the handout are our new staff members who all joined the Savant Prep family. In October, we went on to celebrate our storybook runway for the second year in a row, where the students are able to dress as their favorite storybook characters and rip the runway. In November, we had a school-wide Friendsgiving, in which all of the parents and students bring in their favorite dishes, and we have one large Thanksgiving meal just as a school. In December, we had a lovely visit from many community members to donate toys. Even Ms. Gwen Dowdy Rogers came by on behalf of United Way to give each of our scholars a doll, and everyone just lost it. We also had a parent able to donate enough Kindles for all of our second graders, and so they went home with a very, very pleasant holiday season. In January, we got together with the community, and we also celebrated the we celebrated the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. at the California State University San Bernardino Prayer Breakfast. And a lot of our families came together again just to get to know more community members and to show that we are a big part of San Bernardino City and that we love our city. And lastly, just in February, we ended with a very busy, busy month. For Fun Friday, our scholars were able to create African masks in order to honor and celebrate Black History Month. We had a whole Soul Train line where they got to wear groovy attire and celebrate that part of Black history. We also took second place in the 37th annual Phi Delta Kappa Black History B, in which one of our scholars shared her poem tonight. The Links Incorporated has also adopted our schools, so they came by also in the holiday time, but again in Black history, to read a story, a Black history story to our scholars. Our parents came together and did Taste of Soul, and then we ended the month with a very big Black history production at one of our local churches, All Nations Worship Assembly off of 9th and D Street. And so we just wanted to share that we've had a very busy year, another successful year, and we're very excited for the following events to come to end off our third trimester. Thank you. Oh, my name is Eva Tillman, principal and co-founder of Savant Prep.
Thank you, Ms. Tillman.
Hello, my name is Jeanette Alcazar, also co-founder and director of curriculum and instruction. So the next thing in your packet, you're going to see different reports. We use NWEA, so it's a testing system where we use to track students' growth. So you're going to get a breakdown on every class. So the first class you see is third grade. We give this assessment to the students 3 times a year. So the first time is in fall, and then we took it right before winter break. So you can see that they have a RIT score right next to the student's name, and then they are classified within bands. So if you notice for the third grade class, you can see how the band completely disappears, the 151 to 160, down to winter where it starts at 171. So it's just clearly showing that the students are progressing as the trimester goes on. Likewise, you'll see it happen in every classroom. So the next report is second grade. Same thing, her students started at 141 at the lowest, and then it jumped to 151. And then even the highest advanced scores also is going up by 1 band. Then we have 2 first grade classrooms this year. Same thing with first grade, and then the last 2 will show you kindergarten as well, from fall to winter. And then we take our last assessment in around May, just before our school year ends as well.
My name is Gia Reese, also co-founder and director of operations. Finally, well, not finally, but next in your packet, you will see enrollment. So the first chart you have is what I run on a daily basis. It pretty much is a breakdown of what our attendance is, but it will also show you the ending balance, that ending is really where our student growth is and how many students we currently have. Our target enrollment this year was 150, and we currently have 150, and we have 148 scholars. The next few reports are the very same thing, but it just breaks it down according to district, how many students we have that are SBC USD students versus non-district or non-resident students. And lastly, I created just a small chart just so you could see the growth between the 18-19 school year versus the 19-20 school year. So we ended the school year with 87 students, and this year we're still at 148 scholars.
And then as you flip towards the last part of the packet, we have some student testimonials there. I will just read one, but we have 2 samples from 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and kindergarten. The first one, our student wrote this morning. It says, "Yes, I love attending Savant Prep because the school is filled with smart Black people. The first reason I like Savant is because you get to learn what you want to be in life, like a police officer or a firefighter. The second reason I like Savant is because they teach you how to save your money. They teach us how to subtract your income and expenses to get a profit. The third reason I like Savant is because the staff that work hard. They help us learn a lot of new stuff, even if we don't want to. Savant is the best school in the whole wide world." And then as you just kind of flip the pages, I encourage you to just read some of the students' thoughts. We gave it to them this morning as one of their morning writing routines that we do on a regular basis, and they put this together on their own. Okay. Next, I will bring to you one of our parents to offer her testimonial. We'll end with the student testimonial and then be done for the evening.
Good evening, board. I am Latia Freeman. My son is Josiah Pitts. He is a kinder in Ms. Witherspoon's class. I am going to come up here and I'm going to brag about Savant. Savant is not just a school, it's an experience. Not just an experience for the scholars, but also us as parents. This right here, this moment is an experience for me. I am also on the school site council, so we get a chance to exercise the same atmosphere right now. So thank you guys for allowing me to see it on a higher level compared to just our classroom. But also too, it's not just an experience, but it's also a family. Like Savant has definitely just bring us all together as mothers, as parents, as our scholars are looking at each other like brother and sister, and I am so grateful for that. My kinder is reading, he is writing, he is spelling, he is adding, subtracting. He is surprising me with big words that I'm looking at like, how do you know that word? Not just from mom, but how do you know that word? When I drop my son off, I feel safe. I feel like my son is taken care of. It's not just, oh, I'm dropping him off. No, it's home away from home. They're going to take him away from me and say, hey, we're going to have a super good day. And I'm confident to know that he is definitely having a super good day. As far as events is concerned, we have a lot of different events. We are able to be involved as parents. I am honored to be able to be involved in my son's school journey. Not just as far as his school journey, but also experience some of this stuff with him. Our Black History Month, I am 34 years old. I have never experienced Black History Month like the way we did from that level. I enjoyed it, my family enjoyed it, and most of all, my son played Nat Turner, totally enjoyed it. So thank you, Savant, and thank you guys for allowing us to be able to have this school up and running, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
I would like to thank the board members for approving Savant Prep, and Savant Prep is the best school ever. They made me the scholar I am today.
All right. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. The board welcomes the following. If any of you are still here to speak on the topic, the board did not take any action tonight on non-reelects, but the board does welcome, if they're still here, Ms. Chappell, Bridget Dolan, Ms. Bytal, Samantha Rico, Jessica Gomez, Leticia Hernandez, Laura Meza. I don't know if they're still here to speak, given that the board took no action on non-reelects, but I think they are. Yes, okay. Thank you. Please make yourself to the podium and arrange yourself as best fit to speak. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, board members.
Good
My
evening.
name is Bridget Dolan, and I teach at Newmark Elementary. I'm speaking on behalf of my colleague, Mrs. Janet Chappelle. So I'm addressing you in support of my colleague, Mrs. Janet Chappelle. She teaches at Newmark Elementary. She previously was a resident substitute at Thompson in our district. She did her student teaching also at Newmark. She was non-reelected and forced into resignation when given the choice to be terminated and face a black mark on her career or salvage any dignity and the hope that her administrator would reconsider. I'd like to remind you that Mrs. Chappelle had wonderful evaluations, or not remind, maybe inform you, that she had wonderful evaluations from past administrators. She came in the day after Santosh Tricka left, of April 2018. She was evaluated by Brad McDuffie and Karen Craig, both with much more experience in evaluating novice teachers than her current administrator. Just that fact alone, I personally feel is not fair to give her current administrator the power to non-reelect her. Most new teachers have 2 consistent years with an administrator to develop their skills. Janet didn't have that. She had 3 interims before Ms. Sargent came, and then went on maternity leave and rushed back to work after 6 weeks, not even taking the other weeks that she could have for her baby bonding time, because she has more integrity and such a strong work ethic than most of the teachers that she works with, including myself. Her evaluations were meeting expectations until her second evaluation of her P2 year, when she was put on an assistance plan with no end date and no formal documentation. Our contract states in Section 7, of course, it stipulates for tenured or unit members, which I am thinking tenured members, must include specific areas for improvement, how and what the member needs to do to improve. She was not given support nor a specific time for improvement. Never mind, she doesn't even have the formal documentation or yet even a paper to show you this assistance plan. You all understand that as administrators, you don't get ahead or you don't get noticed unless you ride on the backs of your workers. And as teachers, we get that. We know it's that our efforts, our test scores, our student achievements is what you all get noticed for. And we don't mind that. But what we do mind is getting a kick on that horse and demanding more and more. Her administrator did this to her, all while knowing she never intended on re-electing her. Janet is somebody who fully embodies not one, but all of the CSTPs. For tenured staff, we have the right to request alternative evaluators. Because of her unique circumstances, I beg for you to overturn, or at the very least, have an alternative evaluator conduct an observation for her. So with that, I ask Dr. Volkamore to please make every effort to observe this amazing teacher who embodies every single speed of trust and every basics of excellence and principles that our district prides themselves on. There are parents and students here to support her. I implore you to give these parents and these students the hope that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder, there will be a allotted time for the whole group, so please do organize yourselves and monitor your own time according to what's now on the clock. So thank you. Please keep coming as you've organized yourselves, and monitor yourselves for the time that you have on the clock, please. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, board members.
Good
My
evening.
name is Leticia Ruiz Hernandez.
Good evening, Ms.
A little more
Hernandez.
closer? There we go. I've had the pleasure of having 2 students with Miss, she was Tartier, now she's Miss Chappelle, and she has been an amazing instructor for them. She is literally the epitome of what we would want every instructor to be. She came in at a time when there was a lot of substitutes coming in. The instructor had left. A lot of interns came in. She came in as the final substitute for that year and took over that class. I have a daughter that has extreme ADHD and a couple other mental health issues. And Ms. Tartier came in her structured classroom. She was able to give these children the faith in themselves that they can excel. My daughter excelled in her classroom. She also instilled honesty and respect in these children, and they respected her so much. My children now even see them still, and they run back to her and they hug her, and they miss her so much. The following year, I was able to have my youngest child in her class, and again, she excelled with the structure that Ms. Tartier had in that class. She is amazing. She's very respectful, and she cares for her students, and that is something that we all value.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez.
My name is Jessica Gomez Rivera. I'm a parent at Newmark Elementary. Both of my children have been attending Newmark since kindergarten. Ms. Chappelle is my son Jaden's 4th grade teacher. Ms. Chappelle has helped him grow so much this year. My son did not have a really good kindergarten year. His teacher was actually, she talked down to him, talked down about him, even to me and in front of me to him. And I've noticed that even during homework at home, he was always getting frustrated, so stressed out, even breaking down crying. So you see, my son did not have a good kindergarten foundation. So each year he did struggle, and it was really hard on me and the other teachers. His 2nd grade year, he did have to repeat it. His 3rd grade year, he did get a little bit better, but it wasn't until this year, his 4th grade year, that I just seen him grown so much. Miss Chappelle, Miss Chappelle not only shows her students that she cares, but she goes above and beyond for them. She teaches her students to be leaders, to be responsible, and to be good peers. My son is excelling so much in her class, and even his report card, his last parent-teacher conference, he used to get 1s and 2s. Now he's getting all 3s, which is amazing, amazing. If my son doesn't understand his work, she takes the time to show him until he does understand. She's an amazing teacher, and this has been the best year he's ever had. I'm seeing him grow more and more with confidence each day. And if we had more teachers like Ms. Chappelle in this school district, there is no doubt in my mind that we will see more children progress with not only their educational growth, but their emotional growth as well, which is really, really important to me, because it's important for me to see my child have confidence, to thrive, and to be successful in everything that they do. Ms. Chappelle is an amazing asset to Newmark Elementary, and she's an amazing asset to the Unified School District of San Bernardino. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Laura y estoy aquí para...
Good evening. Just one moment. We're going to have our translator come and help. Un momento. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Laura
My name is Laura,
y estoy aquí para apoyar a la maestra Chappelle.
and I'm here to support the teacher, Miss Chappelle.
Mi hijo la tuvo el año pasado.
My daughter had her last year.
Es una maestra excepcional.
She's an exceptional teacher.
Le ayudó a mi hijo a tener confianza en él mismo
She helped my son to have confidence in himself,
y es más fácil para él comunicarse por todas las técnicas que la maestra le enseñó.
and now it's better for him to communicate because of the techniques that she taught him.
Yo quisiera que otros niños tuvieran la oportunidad que mi hijo tuvo,
I would like for other students to have the same opportunity that my son had,
teniendo a la maestra a su lado.
having that teacher on their side.
No le quiten la oportunidad a la maestra de dar todo el amor que ella le puede dar a los niños.
Please don't take the opportunity of that teacher to give all the love he can to all those students.
Esas son las clases de maestras que se necesitan en las escuelas.
Those are the kind of teachers that we need in our schools.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening,
Good evening.
San Bernardino City School, Unified School District, board members, superintendent. My name is Anario. This is my wife, Celidi, and we're here in support of Mrs. Chappelle. I believe Mrs. Chappelle has been wrongfully judged and unjustly selected to lose her position as an instructor at Newmark Elementary School, and perhaps anywhere within the district. I would like to ask the San Bernardino Unified School District and board members and superintendent to reconsider her at-will employment and consider all the psychological harm that this decision will cause to her students like my son, a 10-year-old boy who that transitioned to her care and who under her wing has been achieving great documented improvement as a fourth grade scholar. An at-will employment contract is very straightforward and really cuts right through the throat. And it keeps you from speaking up and defending yourself. That's why my wife and I and other parents like ourselves have decided to speak on her behalf, since an at-will contract does not extend to us. We believe, an justice is getting ready to be done on Mrs. Chappelle. I could tell you, as a parent that kids like my son need instructors like her, and that the improvement that my son has done, it's very overwhelming. I am a very proud parent, my wife and I, and we believe that Mrs. Chappelle needs to have the chance to remain in her position and to remain within the district. So we would like to ask the board and the superintendent to please reconsider and to please assign someone to judge over her, as we believe all the key matrix indicators will show that improvement and efficiency is taking place on her behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Welcome.
My name is Samantha Rico. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Chappelle. My son, Damien Smith, is one of her current students in fourth grade. Excuse me.
I have a little trouble hearing you. Is that possible to move that closer to your mouth? Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Thank you.
My son, Damien Smith, is a student currently in her fourth grade class. Also, my son came from O'Neill, where he was on the borderline where they wanted to put him in an IEP class. He wasn't meeting grade level standards. He was pretty much like at second grade level, first grade. We transferred over to a different school, and we went to Ms. Chappelle's class, and my son has excelled in everything. He's right about grade level. He's confident in his schoolwork. I come home and his homework's already done and it's correct, and he's doing all this all by himself. He's very confident. His speech, his whole demeanor is completely changed. He's not only, I don't know what to say. She's just done miracles on my son. I was really, really worried about him. I thought we were going to have to hold him back. I thought he was going to have to be in an IEP class, and that doesn't seem like that's going to happen anymore. And it wouldn't be like that if Ms. Chappelle wouldn't have took the time to sit with him, work with him, and be very patient and very kind. And so for that, I feel that Ms. Chappelle should be able to stay in our district, because we do need more teachers like her to be like that, because I felt like my son has not got that attention that he needed at other schools that he's went to. So with that being said, I just want to say maybe you guys can take that into consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
you.
Thank you for making the time to be here tonight. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening.
My name is Mrs. Chappelle. I teach fourth grade at Newmark Elementary School. I started at Newmark as a student teacher. After I finished my student teaching process, the principal gave me praising accolades, and as I went to the March 17th job fair in 2018, I was hired on the spot and pulled to the side by Dr. Funches, saying that I was an asset to this district and that they wanted me at Newmark to teach the fourth grade position. I'm going into my P2, and I was given a non-reelect letter after putting me on a sudden assistance plan after my second evaluation. After all of my P1, I was meeting the standards, and I had raving praise from Karen Craig, interim, from Bradley McDuffie, who did my first evaluation, who gave me meet standards in all areas. Statistics show in our school district that we have a subgroup of African American students who academically, not in all of our schools, but in a lot of our schools in this district, that are still falling behind. And we still have we did our data at our school, and we had 62.2% of our African American students who were still getting the highest behaviors and referrals. I believe that this is still because we're still, as a district, continuing to learn cultural proficiency, understanding our African American youth, understanding how to deal with them, understanding what makes them tick as far as building academic success. And I believe that I bring that up to just say that I believe that is directly affecting the fact that I'm under a principal at Newmark who also I think is struggling with understanding her African American teachers. This is the second year. She has fired an African American, terminated an African American employee last year, and this is now her second year, terminating me as the only African American teacher at the school. Now she has given me a non-reelect as well. And I believe coming under of the school where she was at Lancashire, and there was an investigation of racial things that were happening with our principal, and now bringing her on to Newmark. I believe that there is something that needs to be just looked at there as far as the fact that there was racial things going on at Lancashire. She's here, and this is the second African-American staff and only African-American teacher that she is now letting go. I believe that this is a personality thing. I believe that all my evaluations, all of the people that I have got praise from, there were pre-administrators who came into my classroom during formal evaluations that have praised me as well. I believe that you guys' motto is making hope happen. And ever since I got hired as a first-year teacher, I have met some of you personally and not all of you, but I have had a passion to do everything I can for the students here in this district. I have cried, sweat, and tears. I believe in making a difference truly through my passion by building leaders. I am one of the only teachers in the school who has a program called Junior Leaders. I have my kids by the end of the years are coming out not just with academic success, but my kids hold their head up high. They have a confidence about them. They learn how to speak in front of other people. They greet whoever comes in. They control the classroom. They do the attention getters. They understand what it means and are learned and raised into being leaders and walking and making hope and knowing my mission here, though maybe not at Newmark, but I believe that a non-reelect, as far as saying that I'm not, worth it to be here at this district, is wrong. I believe that I have so much to offer the type of students, not just my African subgroup of students, but my Hispanic Latino. We have a huge population of Hispanic Latino, and I am able to identify with being an immigrant, with being somebody who identifies with struggle, somebody who identifies with hardships. I'm able to tap into them and be able, I came in, they said, oh, you're going to have the worst fourth grade class. Within 1 month, that worst fourth grade class that everybody was talking about was the worst. There is no bad students. Because I have relationships with my students, I have relationships with my parents, I have done everything I can to turn what people say are bad students into people who are excelling. I believe in sewing into these kids, making character developments that it's not just about academic success, but it's about what can I bring that an experience that they have in my classroom, they will never forget it. I would like you to reconsider. I love this district, and I feel like I have so much to offer this district. I would like to have an assistant superintendent reevaluate me due to, I feel, the biases that have been put at me and the narrative that I'm an angry black woman with all of my, there had been an overwhelming teacher. This is some of the parents that came, but there have been outpouring of messages from teachers and parents who have also wrote Dr. Funches, giving me character references and parent concerns as to them shocked that, one, I was put on assistance plan at my second year of being a P2, and also at the fact that I got a non-reelect. I would ask you to reconsider, because I believe that I have a lot more to offer this community, this subgroup of people, this population of kids who need more than just a teacher who is about trying to get test scores. They need a teacher who is going to love them, who are going to cherish them, who are going to talk and speak into them and sow into their value, their worth, and identifying that they can be something, that the things that they have come through, that they can't settle for what they've been through, but that our mistakes and the struggles and the trials that we have is not an excuse to not succeed. And so I ask the board to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chappelle.
Good evening.
Good evening, welcome.
Thank you. My name is
Can you
Erica.
put that closer to your mouth? I'm sorry, it's not picking you up. There we go.
My name is Erica Ruiz, and this is my daughter Haley Ruiz. She is a fourth grader in Mrs. Chappelle's classroom currently. And I would like to read a letter to you that I emailed on February 27th. I'd like to read a letter to you that I emailed on February 27th, 2010. And I'm not sure if you heard, but this is Haley. She's in Miss Chappelle's fourth grade class. Haley Ruiz, my daughter. Dear Mr. Funches, today, February 27th, 2020, my 10-year-old daughter, Haley Ruiz, tearfully broke some disheartening news to me that took her 2 days to process. She came home from school yesterday very upset and could not put into words what she was upset about. Whenever I would ask her to tell me until today. This is very unusual for her because she has always been able to talk to me about anything, anytime she was upset. So I knew that this had to be something very serious to her. After much convincing to get her to tell me why she was upset, she finally told me that the one teacher that had finally made school enjoyable for her, out of all of the years she had been at Newmark Elementary, may not be there for her next year. My name is Erica Ruiz, and my daughter, Haley Ruiz, is a fourth grader at Newmark Elementary School. She has attended this school since preschool consecutively. Although she is a good student and does very well academically, unfortunately, Haley has had many issues at school with different students, which caused her stress and anxiety. She was even diagnosed by a specialist at Kaiser Permanente with stomach issues caused by them last school year, as well as this school year. In fact, she missed out on many school days due to these issues and had anxiety about going to school as well. That is, until my many requests to have her transferred to a different fourth grade classroom this year was finally honored. The day my daughter was transferred into Miss Chappelle's classroom in November 2019 was a day I will never forget. Haley came home with a smile on her face that I hadn't seen in what seemed like years. She gleamed with happiness and enthusiasm when I picked her up from school that first day, and I knew I finally had my Haley back. She got into the car and told me, "I cannot wait to tell you about my day, Mom. I love my teacher. Her name is Miss Chappelle." Since that day in November, Haley has been exuberant about subjects that she used to fear to even talk about. For example, math is not her favorite homework to do since it is not her strongest subject at school. She used to have anxiety the night before school days when she knew she was going to be tested on it the next day. She used to miss out on sleep because of it. Now, however, she knows that she will be more than okay whenever she has math tests the next day. I credit Mrs. Chappelle for this turnaround in my daughter's confidence. Since the first time I met her, a few weeks after Haley had transferred to her class, she brought up Haley's math insecurities to me without me even asking her about it. She just wanted to reassure me that she was working diligently with Haley to strengthen her math skills and that she had already seen her improving. This really stood out to me as a sign that my daughter was finally in the hands of a teacher that truly cared about her and truly cared about not only her academic success, but as a young child who needed the support of a teacher who noticed her struggle and was dedicated to helping her surpass it. I could go on and on about Ms. Chappelle's accolades. However, I'm sure you're already aware of them. What I really want to communicate to you is that if this is true and Mrs. Chappelle is really not going to be given the opportunity to return to Newmark next school year, it would be one of the single most injustices that could be done to the students and parents of this school. To take away a teacher that is a valuable asset to the educational success of the students that have the honor to have her as a teacher would be a mistake. I can say this with much confidence and personal experience as a parent of Newmark Elementary students for over 9 years, since 2011. You see, my son Nathan Ruiz, who is now 13, also went there from kindergarten all the way to 6th grade graduation. And I have had my share of experiences with different teachers from all walks of life, and all of them, Mrs. Chappelle is by far the best teacher that either of my children have ever had. Since Haley's first day of school with Mrs. Chappelle, she has had a complete turnaround regarding her outlook on school. She's still always excited to tell me about her day and what extra thing Mrs. Chappelle did for them to make them feel special, cared for, smart, and safe. She loves telling me about the inspirational speeches that they get from her about her experiences, which are related to school and her education. These speeches, Haley tells me, are always something to look forward to because they inspire the students to always try their best and never give up on themselves, even when times get hard. All of this with the conclusion always being that their education should always be a priority in their lives. I feel honored to have Mrs. Chappelle teach my daughter, and I am truly disappointed to think that there is a possibility that many more parents won't get the same opportunity for their kids next year that I got this school year. Moreover, Mrs. Chappelle is always outgoing, cheerful, enthusiastic, positive, and caring whenever I communicated with her, either in person or through the Class Dojo app. I can always rely on her to be prompt and clear with her communication whenever I reach out to her for information, which is much more than I can say for any teacher, staff member, or even principal for that matter, that I have ever known at this school to date. I ask you to please kindly reconsider your decision to not have Mrs. Chappelle come back to bless all of us with her presence next year and thereafter. There is an urgency for having Ms. Chappelle at Newmark Elementary for many more years to come, as she is an amazingly dedicated teacher to all of her students and their parents. I can contest to this through my experience with her wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for coming tonight.
Evening.
Good evening, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jessica. I'm the mother of Adrian Torres, which is a 4th grade student in Ms. Chappelle's class. And I'm here to indicate my full support for Ms. Chappelle. She's made such a great impact in my son's life, not only academically, but emotionally. I'm glad to say that because of her, he has grown immensely. Her ability to connect with her students and talent for teaching is truly superior. She's capable of recognizing students' strengths and as well as weaknesses. Additionally, she's dedicated, sincere, and makes her students feel valued. I've had a previous experience with other teachers in the past. I've never been impressed by Ms. Chappelle's enthusiasm and passion for teaching, which is why Ms. Chappelle's devotion to teaching her students is near to my heart, since I'm a mother that struggled in the past with Adrian to stay focused in school, engaged into the classroom. And I finally found some relief in Ms. Chappelle. I feel if losing her, I have a 2nd grade student. I really hope he gets the experience to have that experience my son is having with her. And I feel she's a true asset to this school district because it's really hard to find genuine teachers that actually care about their students in San Bernardino. And I really feel like this needs to be reconsidered, and it's just not fair. Not fair to me, not fair to the rest of the students and students for many more years to come.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming tonight. Appreciate your comments. Thank you, all of you, for making the time to speak to the board tonight. The board welcomes Corey Evans. Oh, I'm sorry, we have a couple more hands.
Or there's more speakers?
It's regarding this topic? Yes. Okay, I apologize. Could you just state your name for the board, please?
Sorry, yes, I'm Luis Trejo, and I'm here with my mother, and I speak on behalf of Ms. Chappelle and my younger brother, who's a student in her fourth grade class.
Thank you. Can you hold that closer to your mouth?
Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
afraid it just, you almost got to eat
that
it
better?
for it to hear you well. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Frankly, me and my mom, we believe that the choice to not re-elect Ms. Chappelle for as teacher next year at Newmark Elementary is a grave mistake. Ever since my younger brother has gone into her class, I've never seen him excel as much as he, is as in the moment. The attitude and the environment that's portrayed in her classroom is like none that I've ever seen. And I've never seen a teacher dedicated as much to not only the safety but the mental health of her students. I remember one time Victor was going through problems at school and he wasn't comfortable talking to them or talking about them to us, but Ms. Chappelle was able to direct these problems to us, and together as a team we were able to get down to the root of the problem and we were able to solve it. And frankly, the way that Ms. Chappelle runs her classroom, I've never seen my younger brother, so happy to go to school. I've never seen him so dedicated and focused to getting all of his work done. I don't even have to worry about questioning him about his work, his homework, or whether or not he's been, having problems within his classroom. Not that he hasn't had problems outside of his classroom. But I also noticed that Ms. Chappelle is one of the only teachers who has stuck her neck in further than anyone else to try and contribute to the safety of the students, which actually is another problem that we wanted to discuss, on a separate case. But Ms. Chappelle truly believes that her class is her number one priority and that the safety of the students is the most important thing to her, on aside from teaching them the proper material. And so, on a side note as to issues of safety and concern for the school, me and my mother believe that it's not appropriate for such a burden as in the safety of everyone to be placed upon one teacher such as Mrs. Chappelle. We believe that the principal also has contributed to this problem in her own way. Not only us, but other parents have come to us about concerns about the safety of other students, all of which are not in Ms. Chappelle's class. But as many times as we tried to reach out to the principal as to address these concerns, it's as if she were hiding from us, and we've never gotten to speak to her personally about these problems, and the only one that we can confide in to talk to about it is Mrs. Chappelle. And so I know that it kind of, it's astray from the topic of, not re-electing Ms. Chappelle for next year, but it is an issue that we thought needs to be expressed, and we saw today as the only opportunity to do that. So the principal, we think that if someone isn't able to contribute to the safety of everyone that's under her supervision, or to solve any problems that regard or to take care of students that are causing these problems, should not be in the position that they're in. And quite frankly, I feel like Ms. Chappelle takes bigger strides than the principal in order to actually maintain the safety of her students, especially the ones in her class, especially my younger brother, Victor. And so I'd like for all of you to take into consideration that Ms. Chappelle tries hard for all of her students and that she does more than what's expected of her in order to ensure that not only are they learning what they need to, not only are they happy at school, but that their safety is also the number one priority for the entire school. And so I'd like to say that leaving him with Ms. Chappelle makes me and my mother feel a lot safer than leaving him under the supervision of any other director or any other staff member at Newmark Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for you and your mother both making the time to come tonight.
Hi, my name is Gabby Guzman, and I'm a public servant. I work for a university, and with this in mind, I really believe in fairness and equity, diversity, and also inclusiveness. And in this case, I'm seeing that none of that is being played. They're trying to not re-elect Ms. Chappelle, which is a problem because, as my child mentioned and other members mentioned, our children have grown. They have excelled in their leadership skills and their engagement, because that's one of the things that she also teaches them, to have better relationships among each other, regardless of the fact that we have been having a lot of safety concerns with our children. Several kids have been bullied. Several kids have been gone to the hospital as of last week, for instance. The parents tried to talk to the principal. They're not even given an open door policy. I did it myself too about 8-9 months ago. I have brought this concern to her, and after that, never was a call back. never have received the messages back from the people that I have already told them. And to me, I see this as a big time concern. We have to do an assessment on the principal as well on the assessment on this Ms. Chappelle, because you can see not just from the people that came and talked about it, but there's a lot more people that have something to say about this. And I need to have a deeper investigation among our community, because our parents have to have a voice about what's going on with their children, because there's several cases, not just my child. And my child has lost a lot of sleep, seeing incidents taking place, taking it to the principal, nothing gets
Time.
addressed. But in the meantime, he always refuses with Ms. Chappelle.
Thank
He
you.
can count on her.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very
for
much.
your comments. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you all.
I think those were all the comments on that specific topic. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. That board now welcomes Corey Evans. Oh, she already did. Fantastic. Thank you. Good job, Ms. Evans. Board now welcomes Mr. Trayvon Martin, CSBA topic.
Good evening, President Rogers, Vice President Wyatt, Board, Superintendent Marsden, and Cabinet. My name is Trayvon Martin. I'm the Public Affairs and Community Engagement Representative for the California School Boards Association. I'm here tonight to give you a few updates and a few thank yous. First off, thank you for voting last board meeting for our CSBA Delegate Assembly. As you know, the CSBA Delegate Assembly is very important to our organization. They set the platform, the political platform, for the organization every year. And as President Rogers and Dr. Flores and Dr. Hill can attest, it's a long, long days, a long couple of days. And so it is a big commitment, and we thank you all for, supporting and making sure you guys are voting on our delegate assembly. The second thing is I would like to thank you all for passing a resolution in support of Prop 13. Thank you as well to Ms. Christakis for making sure that the board took action on that. She promised me that it would come to board, and it did. And we thank you. We'll find out tonight if the voters do approve Prop 13. We hope so. Our schools desperately need it, and our kids deserve to sit in state-of-the-art classrooms. Second, the update I have for you today, board, as you know, our Legislative Action Day was set for March 12th with the training. March 13th was actual Legislative Action Day. CSBA did cancel Legislative Action Day due to the coronavirus. It's actually being said that the Capitol might actually stop accepting visitors due to the coronavirus. The Capitol is a small place where people meet and people are touching hands and things of that nature. So as a precaution, CSBA did cancel our Legislative Action Day, but we do encourage our members, and I do know Ms. Rogers, President Rogers met with her assembly person and her senator a few weeks ago. So we do encourage you guys to still talk about that. As you know, the governor's budget is being discussed right now in the Capitol. We'll get an update during the governor's May revise. But just to put in perspective, CSBA's thoughts about the governor's budget proposal, yes, it's the highest, funding for education in a long time, with almost $1 billion of new funding. However, the last couple of years, the legislators have passed legislation mandates for schools to implement close to $1 billion of unfunded mandates. So if you really look at the governor's budget, it really doesn't add much to our districts to operate. It really just wipes the slate clean for the legislator to continue to push more mandates and unfunded mandates. So it's really crucial that we get in front of our legislators, that we keep reminding them, when you do pass legislation, make sure that there's funding behind it, because when you don't, you take away from our kids that are currently in our classrooms. So with that being said, have a good evening.
Mr. Martin, don't leave.
Thank you.
I think Dr. Flores has a clarifying question for you. Oh, I thought you were signaling me. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
All right, I think we're good.
Have a
Or
good
you
night.
Have a good
answered-
evening.
Yeah, you answered mine, so that was good. Thank you.
Board welcomes Mr. Alfredo Aguero on special education topic. Good evening and welcome.
Buenas noches a todos.
Good
Good
evening,
evening.
everyone.
Good evening. Buenas noches.
Voy a empezar por dar las gracias a la señora Rogers y al señor Wyatt por darnos el tiempo de una reunión que tuvimos en febrero 3.
I want to say thank you to President Rogers and ¿quién más? Oh, and Dr. Wyatt for the meeting that we had on January 3rd.
En enero 21 le dejé saber a los miembros del board acerca de una queja formal en contra del comité del CAC.
On January 21st, I let the board know about a complaint that what I had for CAC.
En un email la señora Monarres me dejó saber que ella es la encargada de la investigación.
On an email, Dr. Monares let me know that she was the one in charge of that investigation.
Lo que no entiendo es cómo ella puede ser la encargada de la investigación cuando ella es parte del problema.
What I don't understand is how can she be in charge of the investigation when she's part of the problem?
Bueno, hasta el día de hoy no he tenido respuesta y no he escuchado nada a mi queja.
Since today, I have not heard anything about that complaint.
A ver si me podría dar alguna respuesta pronto. Es
Maybe-
para mí importante saber qué es lo que está pasando.
Maybe I can have an update on that because for me it's important to see what's going on.
En la reunión de febrero 3 que tuvimos con la señora Roger y el señor Wyatt,
On the meeting that we had on February 3rd with Ms. Rogers and Mr. Wyatt,
pusimos varias preguntas
we had several questions,
o incluso se podría decir también quejas.
or we can also say complaints.
¿Cómo parar las represalias y las intimidaciones contra los padres con hijos en educación especial?
How can we stop intimidating the parents with special education kids on the CAC?
Por parte de los administradores y algunos padres del Comité Asesor de la Comunidad, del CAC.
Coming from the administration or the CAC coordinators.
El número 2, pedimos se nos aclare la situación con los estatutos del CAC.
Number 2, we want to clear up the CAC's bylaws.
Pues los padres no quedaron satisfechos en la forma en que se llevaron a cabo las votaciones.
Because the parents did not agree with the way that the voting came out at the end.
El número 3, pedimos se nos autorice nuevamente retomar los eventos mensuales de educación especial que tuvimos del 2018 al 2019.
Number 3, we asked to get the workshops that we used to have on the 2018 and 2019 year for special education.
El 4, hemos estado pidiendo desde el 2018 se lleve a cabo un foro abierto.
We've been asking since 2018 to have an open forum
para padres con hijos en educación especial y administradores del Departamento de Educación Especial.
For parents with special ed kids and also with the administration.
5, en esta reunión, padres pidieron se aclare el por qué se da tanto dinero para algunos programas que piensan no sirven para nada. Esto está en las notas que la señora Rogers y el señor Wyatt tomaron.
And number 5, it's parents want to know how come the budget for other programs are giving more money than to some programs that are not worth anything or they don't help at all. And these are on the notes of Dr. Rogers and Mr. Wyatt.
El 6, la presentación de bullying que se dio en el Comité Asesor de la Comunidad, en el CAC, no nos dieron respuestas a muchas de nuestras preguntas.
And number 6 on the workshop on bullying, it was presented on CAC. They were not giving clear answers of a lot of questions that we had.
También en la reunión que tuvimos con la señora Rogers y el señor Wyatt pedimos si pudiéramos tener otra reunión. No tomamos fecha, quedamos que sí, pero no se dio fecha. Quisiéramos continuar con estas pláticas porque creo que son importantes.
So in the meeting that we had, we talked about having another meeting, but we didn't get any date, and we wanted to see if that's possible because we think it's important.
Pienso yo que la conversación es parte vital para poder tener mejor relación, para saber las preocupaciones de los padres.
I think communication is really important so we could have, to see what's going on, to have a better relationship, and to see the concerns of the parents.
Pero más que todo, para poder ayudar a nuestros estudiantes, que es la razón por la que ustedes están ahí y por la cual nosotros estamos también peleando.
And the most important thing is to talk about our students' needs, because that's the reason why you guys are there, and that's the reason why we are here fighting for this.
Quiero agradecer el tiempo que se me dio. Quiero agradecer la reunión que nos permitieron tener y quisiera saber si podemos tener una nueva reunión o continuar con estas reuniones para poder continuar haciendo cambios positivos en la comunidad de educación especial.
I want to say thank you for the time given to me. Thank you for the meeting that you guys gave me. But I really would like to see if we can have another meeting to have more communication and talk about other things.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we will reach out to you again as well, Dr. White and I.
Board welcomes Mr. Ray Culberson has a general announcement. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Board. It's always a pleasure to be here and see old friends again. I appreciate it a lot. Last week I came, or 2 weeks ago I came and talked about a revolutionary new approach to try to get parent engagement. So we had a salsa cumbia night, and so we opened up our atrium. If you've ever been over to Entrepreneur High School, it looked like a big, gigantic club in there, and the parents came in there, and the band was great, the sound system was great, so it gave me another business opportunity to find a way to generate things for parents. The other thing I wanted to do is always say, I felt like compelled to come back today because of the fact that, I worked for San Bernardino for a couple years, and then it's always good to see the board members and all of that. And in this election year, I just wanted to make sure that people knew that we have broad-based support at Entrepreneur High School. We're opening another school in Fontana, and so we got the county approval 4-1. So we're handling that portion and making an integrated approach with the city and the Chamber of Commerce or whatever. But the board members who came over to the school, we really appreciate it. Mr. Gallo, when you walk through there, cruising through, we appreciate that. Mr. Wyatt, thank you very much. Ms. Hill, thank you very much for coming in and supporting it for the kids, and we encourage you to come back. Dr. Marsden, you came in, and Dr. Mitchell came in. We appreciate it. And Gwendolyn Rogers is coming over to do the women's conference on this Saturday, where we have over 140 individuals. So we just appreciate the board support for multiple things. And I had a little concern, but the board they just told me it'll be fixed really quick. It'll be fixed really quickly. So I'm just happy about that portion. And other than that, thank you guys very much. Keep doing the hard work that you have to do. And after hearing that conversation earlier, I'm glad I'm not in the district.
Thank you, Mr.
That's a
Culberson.
compliment.
Thank you for your comments. Board welcomes Ms. Jan Gustafson Correa. The topic of CABE. Good evening and welcome. Glad you're here.
Good evening, Board. It is just a pleasure to see all of you and members of your team. I'm here on behalf of the California Association for Bilingual Education, and I'm just really pleased to share with you that it's been a little bit over 6 years that CABE has had the honor to enter into a partnership with San Bernardino City Schools under your leadership, Dr. Marsden, with many members of your team to work together on a multilingual initiative. And we are excited to continue that work together. We are grateful for the support of Dr. Keenan Mitchell, of Anna Applegate, of her team as well, and the great work that we've been moving forward to build the vision that you have had in San Bernardino for years to make multilingualism just a powerful reality in your school district. So we thank you for that partnership. We thank you for being a model for the state. In this era of post-Prop 58 and multilingualism for all, San Bernardino stands out as one of the districts that really is making that happen, and we're just thrilled to be a part of that partnership with you. I'm also really happy to share with you tonight that I'm here with our new acting director for professional learning, Ruby Flores. Ruby, I don't know if you want to stand up or give a wave.
All right, welcome. Good
We're
evening.
happy to have her join the team, and she'll be working very closely with your district and as we move forward and looking at how we can support the team as you see fit. We know we are guests in your community, but feel part of your community as well. I just want to share, too, that with CABE, we have much to celebrate, and we want to thank you for your support and participation in many of our events. Our annual conference is coming up, CABE 2020. It will be held in the beautiful city of San Francisco. We know that we have a few concerns right now around the coronavirus, and yet we know that we are moving forward strongly with that and being able to have the conference unless anything else occurs for public safety. And we just want to thank you for your district support in that area as well. We know many of your faculty, your teachers, administrators, and parents present and participate at that conference as well. We're pleased to be in partnership with CALSA, Dr. Morales. We thank you for your support as well. And we're just pleased to be here. We just want to give a shout out to San Bernardino and thank you again for your support with CABE. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jan, for coming tonight. Appreciate you. Appreciate the opportunity to work with CABE and excited about some of the outcomes that we've had so far. Those are all our public comments tonight, Madam
Right.
President.
Thank you, and thank you all for your comments. We appreciate them. We are now moving to item number 8.1, is our San Bernardino Teachers Association here providing a report. Oh, I see a shake. Okay, no. All right, 8.2, California School Employees Association.
We do have comments coming from our CSEA president. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Oh, sorry. Good evening, Cabinet. Thank you for inviting me. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to introduce myself for those that don't know me.
You got to eat the
Oh, I'm
microphone,
sorry.
unfortunately. Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Oni Jimenez. I am the Chapter 183 President and classified employee, and very happily work at police station. And my wonderful chief is over there. Since I was appointed to my position back in November, I've had the opportunity to attend many meetings and have met several managers and supervisors that I have had the pleasure to have conversations with. At these meetings, I have had positive experiences to try to find resolutions that benefit all involved. I'm confident, I'm sorry, a little nervous. I'm confident
great.
with the open communication the district has shown our new e-board and benefiting in helping achieve unity among the district and staff. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to a productive year.
As
you
do
so much.
we. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to work with your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. 8.3, Communication Workers of America. Is there a report?
No report.
8.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
Also no report.
All right. We are now at 9.1, Education Department General Administrative Regulations, EDGAR, Procurement Standards, Federal Funding Update.
Yeah, this is a topic that'll be of interest to the board tonight, given that there have been some changes, and we're going to share what those changes are, effective January 1, I believe. And so with that, Ms. Christakos has a team, our team, who will present on this, Terry Komnick, and I'll let you introduce everybody.
Yes, I think Janet stepped out to get Miss Debbie Love. And Terry Komnick will talk to share with the board the new regulations, referred to as EDGAR. So we'll just give Deborah a moment. Off.
Hello, we're here. Some are missing, but we're ready.
Well, good evening, Board, Madam President, Cabinet, guests in the audience. We appreciate this opportunity to provide an update regarding the federal procurement standards as it relates to the Education Department General Administrative regulations. This evening's objective is to familiarize the Board with new federal procurement rules and how they impact our district. To set the stage for tonight's presentation, this slide focuses on the key procurement considerations. We will reference the updated policy, the board policy and procurement manual related to procurement. We will share the tiered procurement threshold amounts and the requirements associated with each of those. We're going to highlight the increased time from proposal to board consideration and ultimate approval of services. And we will also detail the sole source services, the district's burden to justify sole source contract awards. EDGAR is actually a book, it's not a person, and it helps us with federal dollars navigate the rules and regulations that are associated to federal programming. And in this case, there are two factors really that impact the program side and also the fiscal side. So we'll start with the program side of procurement. So we base it on identified needs, best practices, and what is the greatest value of those funds for our district and our needs. EDGAR does impact all federal funding. There are questions that we ask as we go through the procurement process and deciding services as they are identified as a need. We ask if it's reasonable. Is it a fair price? Is it competitive? And is it practical? We also look at, is it necessary? Does it accomplish the grant or the federal program's objective? We ask ourselves, is it allowable? Is this something that will, within the terms of the grant, activities and service, does it complement that grant's purpose? We'll also ask, is it allocable? In other words, does it benefit the federal program by virtue of that service? We do consider supplements of plans. So in other words, if something was funded, for example, by a previous budget in a local or state unrestricted, it cannot simply be moved to a restricted federal program 1 year to the next. That would be seen as a supplanting issue. And then we ask ourselves, is this duplicative? Is this something that we're already providing? And then it helps us determine that reasonable, is it necessary, and so forth. So we do consider these questions in the program side before we move forward in actually identifying services.
So again, Board President Rogers.
Can I ask a question?
We're going to pause for a question on this, and so I'll go down the line. Because we have
to wait?
that many. No, I said we'll pause for the question. I'll go down the line, but we do have just a few more pages.
For the public's sake, what does procurement mean?
That's just another term for the purchase order process.
Or purchase order, okay, for them to...
The whole contracting process.
The whole contract, how to submit a contract, and how it gets approved, and so forth, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And are these state and federal guidelines in terms of the procurement essentials, or are these our district criteria?
Federal guidelines.
These are just federal?
These are just federal.
Not state?
Not state.
So we're just talking about federal grants?
We're just talking about federal right now, yes.
Federal, Title I, Title II?
Title III, Title IV.
III, Title 4 and 5.
Nutrition services, anything that is a federal.
Anything that's federal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So these are their criteria?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to clarify, Madam President. Okay.
Dr. Hill, anything right now? And Dr. Wyatt, anything? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so again, thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and familiarize you with the federal grant funding process. So one of the first requirements that we were required to meet in going through this was to update our board policies, which we brought to board on September 17th, and the board approved those. And that was a requirement to identify all the procurement processes that are identified in this new updated legislation. We were also required to update our procurement manual with the different procedures and processes that we go through, and we've also completed that. So once the grant has been determined, as Terry explained, through his department or through the categorical funding, that it's necessary and allowable and meet the grant objective, then the procurement process begins. So what the federal government does, I want to show you the difference between federal and state. I just want to contrast it for you. So federal government has, the federal legislation has outlined 5 procurement standards that must be met prior to us proceeding with expending federal procurement, federal dollars. The first one is identified as the micro procurement process, and that's up to $10,000. So you can see when you look on your right-hand side, there's no requirements for our state and local. Federal government simply requires that the buyer documents the file with price reasonableness. The second procurement standard is what they identify as small procurement standard. So anything $10,000 up to $250,000 that are for purchases or services or materials or equipment requires 2 written quotes prior to us moving forward with that. So the difference here when you contrast it to state and local is that we're not required to go out and get quotes until we're up at $95,002, which is our state requirements, and that's adjusted annually by the public superintendent of school, and then $15,000 at the public works threshold. That's when we're required to go out to formal bid. The third and fourth process, which I think is the most significant process, is a simplified acquisition process. While the federal legislation only requires us to go out to bid at $250,000, what they do require is that we follow our own local and state guidelines, whichever is more restrictive. So again, the $15,000 threshold, the $95,200 threshold would be more restrictive, and then that's what we would follow. So if you can see, the last and the fifth one is the sole source, which is non-competitive, which is what you board normally see 2 times a month, and that's what we bring before you as action items. Those are ones that have not been competitively bid. And out of the 550 contracts that we have brought forward for this fiscal year to you for approval, there's been about 60 of them that fall within the federal guidelines that require some type of documentation prior to us moving forward. Under state and local guidelines, those are considered professional service contracts, PD, non-classified expert, things of that nature, and they're exempt from public bidding, and we've had the pleasure of being able to just work with the departments, and they get a proposal and find it reasonable and just bring it to you for approval. And Terry will talk a little more about that.
Madam President, I just need clarification.
They're going to get right after this page right here is key procurement considerations and then next steps. So we'll pause after this slide where you're going with, because it's more data.
Okay, so just to recap what Ms. Love was saying about sole source services, by definition of going into a sole source service, you've excluded competition. And to ensure that the district and our services that we do provide are offering the best value, these are key areas that we consider in determining a best value. So as Ms. Love stated, we look at a variety of things, including we do a cost analysis, negotiate profit. If it's a public emergency, it might be an exclusion to the proposal process by virtue of that being an emergency. An independent cost estimate is done. We check with the California Department of Education regarding the federal awarding express authorization, as federal funding typically is passed through to the state to us. So we work in close proximity with our California Department of Education peers. And we also consider, if it's a sole source, the one question that's asked is this the only entity, organization, or provider that offers that specific service or item to be purchased? So we really want to ensure that we are getting the best value for the district that will provide us with not only maximizing our resources, but also having the greatest impact on our students.
And so, and I wanted to just elaborate on one other thing that would be a little different for us. Before we move forward with this is that, as Terry indicated, the independent cost estimate, an internal independent cost estimate must be performed. And for all sole source, we must do a cost analysis, and we're required to negotiate the profit level, and that must be documented in the procurement file.
Okay, so we'll pause right here. Flores?
So thank you for, both of you for presenting that, but I need clarification. And it has to do with the exempt from bidding, and you began to clarify. Are those criteria set by the federal government, or is that from our perspective? What criteria are we using to decide sole source?
So that's actually identified in the government code, and we follow it under state and local procurement guidelines. So
I thought this was federal money.
This is federal money.
Right.
So when we talk about exempt, then the procurement is exempt based on state and local guidelines that are really covered under a government code in public contract code. And I think it's GC 530 or something, but it's under government code. But that's what public entities follow now under their state and local guideline.
So are our contractors given the criteria to write their contracts using, or do these guidelines before they submit it?
These particular guidelines, when you talk about the exempt ones, are the new guidelines.
The exempt ones and the new ones.
So the exempt guidelines, yes, that's what they're used to, accustomed to operating under.
So the vendors are
Yes.
used to knowing what they are?
Yes, because that's how it is at all districts.
Because of
All
the state, okay.
Yes,
And is there a certain limit of money?
not under our present state and local guidelines. It is just exempt from
It's
any
just
type of
exempt,
competitive
and we
bidding.
decide, our district decides if they're exempt.
If it's so they identify.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Who
So-
decides that they're exempt?
So in the public contract code, under government code that exempts this particular category, it actually calls out consultants, professional services, meaning engineering, architect has a qualified exemption.
Nonprofits?
No nonprofits.
No
It's-
nonprofits?
No, it's actually qualified as someone with a professional certificate that identifies them as a professional service in a consultant or administrative nature in that manner.
So nonprofits can't apply?
No, it doesn't go by nonprofit.
It doesn't go by nonprofits?
No.
So they could apply?
They could apply if they fall up under, if they're providing a professional service, doctor, a lawyer, an engineer. And I can provide you the statute that's pretty much clear and call out the different designations that are identified in that code.
So if we get a contract that is just up to 10,000, there's no requirements for, or that they have to meet, it's just brought to us,
Under current state and local, yes.
under current state, but not federal?
Not federal.
How come it says right here, no requirement?
Both
So
are on there.
that's under the,
Federal?
yeah, that's under state and local, there's no requirements.
Oh,
but under-
state and local, okay,
yeah.
sorry.
But under federal guidelines, up to 10,000,
What does micro mean?
micro is what the federal government identifies. There's 5 procurement standards. The first one is micro. The second is small, where it requires 2 quotes. The third and fourth is simplified acquisition, which is either the formal bid or RFP process.
Okay,
And the fifth is sole source.
okay. All right,
So-
thank you, yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks to both of you for your presentation. I just have about 4 questions for you. And I know you mentioned that we approved changes or the changes to the policy in September. Since then, is everything pretty much covered, or is there a need to review the policy?
So a need for the board to review the policy or the district to review the
Well,
policy?
the district, sometimes we present things and we think we got it all together. You present it to us, we approve it because we also think you got it all together, and then you get back to the drawing board and say, my gosh, why didn't we put this in? So since September, is anything else that you feel that needs to go in that would either simplify the process or perhaps clarify the process? Or is the policy that was approved in September sufficient?
The policy is sufficient, and we're going to talk about how we're going to implement that and what we've done so far to implement, and then bring the district and the end users up to board so that we make sure that we're in compliance with it.
Okay, and that was the bottom line. Whatever we do, we certainly want to be in compliance. Now, the procurement standards, did that come from the Department of Education or another department?
That actually comes from the Department of Education,
Okay.
CDE, California Department of Education.
I mean the federal.
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned in here sole sourced services. Can you give an example of a contract?
It's a sole source.
Yes.
So a sole source actually means that there was no competition.
Okay.
So I'll give you an example. Our legal attorneys that we have on a contract, so we don't have a legal attorney on staff for the district. So because it's a professional service that's offering advice and consultant in an advisory nature, then under the government code, state and local procurement guidelines, then we can move forward and bring that with board approval to board and award to them under professional services.
Okay, good. Okay, thanks. I appreciate your answer.
Dr. Wyatt, do you have anything yet? Okay. Mr. Gallo? Okay, so we'll cover the last 2.
And this slide here is just a recap of the key procurement considerations that we were hoping to address and provide examples. We mentioned the board policy and procurement manuals being updated. Ms. Love clarified the threshold amounts and the impacts of each of those amounts. There is increased time because of the need to either get 2 quotes or to go out to bid requires time, so planning, intentionality, strategicness needs to be truly on the forefront of our execution of these in a timely manner. And then finally, the sole source services, it's for the district to to justify the burden of a sole source and why that would be a sole source, as Ms. Love gave an example of a sole source.
So when we talk about next steps, I'd like to just start out with what we've done first. So in September, we held a collaboration meeting with our department administrators. We kind of went over all the processes and what's required, and work with them on a process that we can pull together to try to make this easier and a little more seamless for the school sites. We also are holding a meeting on March the 20th where we're inviting all stakeholders in, the site secretaries, principals, again, the central department directors, and we have Terry's office and with Ms. King's office, we've been working jointly to pull together some forms that and make it more uniform that will help them through the internal cost estimate form that that needs to be submitted, to help them with the cost analysis if they're not accustomed to providing, and we'll work with them on that. And so we will start that in March. We've already started it, so we will start bringing them together and bringing them up and discussing with them and sending those forms out to them in order to develop this uniform documentation to be consistent in order for us to be compliant. It's very similar to our regular state and local process that we go through on the state side, so they're pretty much used to it. When we go out and buy materials, equipment, and supplies, it's very much similar. We go out to bid, we go through evaluation process, we identify different criteria, and they are involved in this process with us. So the only thing that's new about it is that it is for professional services. They have not had to go through that. So writing the scope of work is something that's a little difficult for them, and we'll be working with them, and we've been working to put something together to try to give them a format to make it easier and more seamless to them. And then we've been working with and speaking with vendors as we put this process together, and we'll be holding a meeting with them and bringing them in and orienting them on it as well, and putting a package together that will help them through this process. As will all the other they'll be going through this on federal funding and sole source procurements with all the districts around.
Thank you. Mr. Gallo?
Yeah, thank you, Deb. That's great. The last part was, I think, a critical need, just to kind of, create a guide for some of the sites to figure out, when do I need to fill out this form or that form? How do I submit it? What are the timelines for it and things like that? Because it just seems like it's a new process, and not from your standpoint. I know you guys got your act together, but you get so many people inundating you with questions about things that I just don't think the sites understand their, when a certain process is to be, initiated, and what forms and things they need. That's been, at least just in some of the relationships we've had with some of the various schools, that they've expressed confusion over. So I think this is going to be a great effort. I applaud that. Right.
And thank you all for coming. I think the only thing that I would add is one process that seems to stick out often is the fact that I think traditionally when individuals are getting contracts, they may attend the board meeting where we're taking action. And so we need to define that. Really, I would recommend that if it's coming to us, then it should be either contingent upon. I don't know if we can change the verbiage, just like we say up to on a contract, because we run into issues, and traditionally for our community, they rely on the board making that decision for them to take action. And so historically, it's been the night that we say yes is approved. I don't know if there's a communication piece that is clear, that says when you can go to, to the sites or do whatever work that you're doing. It's just like signing a contract to work, but we need to clarify when is it official? Because we don't know whether people have insurances in or whatever all this process is, and laws do change, and so it puts us in an awkward place. When did it happen? What did it occur? And then trying to figure our way through something that if we can't do it, we don't want to do anything illegal. If we can't do it, we can't do it. But I think historically that has been a concern because it's, you know, that's kind of the impression when we do it on board night and we've applauded people and great and, you know, they're anxious to do the work. But if there's some things they need, is that really approval? Is it a pre-approval? But yes. Dr. Forrest.
Madam President, may I ask something?
Yes.
What have been some of the stumbling blocks that you've encountered?
With the federal guidelines.
Right.
Actually, what we've done is just putting it together and making sure that we meet all the guidelines. And this, because we're starting this in the implementation process, so what we do is our goal, and we work collectively with all the department heads and the Assistant Soup's office to make sure that we have a contract in place and ready to go. And it's already been signed by the outside firm and just for approval after board. Certainly, if that hasn't been done by the time it goes to board and all vendors are made aware that the date that we plan for it to go to board, we usually send something out and we tell them you're not to start work until we get a signed contract back to you in a purchase order. So we make sure they're aware of that. If we do run into an issue, and sometimes there are maybe issues with insurance, I know during this particular time, we did have a few contracts that ran into the transition period. And we did reach out because we plan so far in advance to make sure it gets vetted through to get to the date. So when we found out that we had some that really exceeded that threshold, that there was some due diligence we needed to do, we immediately reached out to them as we normally do and say, this is going to board, but we need you to hold off. We can't start services and we can't get it improved. And in this case, we did go through all the different federal guidelines with them. So that is our normal course of business.
So once you've gone through all of that and they've been vetted, then they can start?
Yes.
Okay, so, and they're clear on what they have to do and so forth for them to be approved to move forward?
Yes, we do. We put it in
So,
writing to them.
This is an important question. From this point on, as a board, are we to assume that they have all been vetted and gone through all the criteria? Because, you know, you bring them to us, and so we don't know all the back, you know, all the back procedures. So the question I'm asking you as a board, once you bring these contracts to us from this point on, are we to be assured that they've been vetted?
We will make sure that you are absolutely assured that they are vetted and that the contract has been signed and
that's
ready
my
to issue the
concern.
next
And,
day.
you know, and I don't know if we need to add the wording in there, you know, because we don't know. And if they ask us questions, we shouldn't be answering things that, you know, we're not really clear on the changing of Title I and whatnot. So that,
Right.
Dr. Flores, is definitely the concern. And if we need to put something in practice or, you know, give direction, that's what we're trying to do, is clear up this going forward, because even the vendors sometimes think it's the district that's cutting checks. And there's a conversation that either is not clear or, you know, everybody's ready to go, and I think it's more being eager to go. But if you don't have all of these things in, the funding then becomes the primary issue. And so we want to avoid that because, you know, when the contract comes forward, I'm sure people have their workers and whoever's going to do what. And so if we need to shore that up by putting something in place, that's what we're asking.
Right.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you so much.
I just want to compliment both Terry and Deborah. We're really blessed as a district to have the two of you. Your expertise is paramount. So thank you for what you've done and put here tonight. Thank you for your many trips to the right people and places to make sure that we're on the cutting edge of doing the right thing. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Awesome. We are now moving to item 9.2, Student Achievement KPI, English Learner Progress Indicator, Educational Services.
Yes, Board, thank you. We're very excited to present. As always, I just want to continue to compliment the Board on their focus on student achievement. This has, I think, really been one of the strongest points you've held as a board, constantly keeping student achievement before you. And so with that, Dr. Mitchell, Ms. Anna Applegate, I believe have a great presentation lined up for you tonight on our English Learner Progress Indicator reclassification. Thank you, Dr. Mitchell.
There we go. Thank you, Dr. Marsden. Board, tonight we have another key performance indicator for you. Tonight we'll focus on English Learner Progress Indicator, or ELPI. And so you'll receive an update on how we're doing and how our kids are doing, our EL students, as it relates to the ELPI. Next slide. Who's forwarding our slides? So tonight we have 4 objectives. To provide information on the English Learner Progress Indicator, which is called the ELPI, provide information on English Learner reclassification rates, share some of our successes and challenges that we've experienced over the last couple of years, as well as share our next steps. Later in the presentation, you will hear from Sarah McCain, principal of Urbita Elementary School. She's led her team to some fabulous outcomes, and so she'll share how she achieved those outcomes. And so, board, this is our driver slide, or our bottom line slide. Our reclass rates have increased in elementary, middle, and high school from an overall reclassification of 16 to 17.7. We're very proud of that. In terms of ELPI, our current status for ELPI is 42%, which means that 42% of our English learners made expected progress toward English proficiency, according to the ELPI, according to LPAC assessment. In terms of our achievement, our English learner achievement in CASP, we shared that with you earlier this year. We were kind of flat, we're a little down in language arts, a little up in mathematics, which the state has classified as maintained. Some other outcomes for English learners, our English learner student group in graduation increased 6.5%, proud of that. A to G completion, we increased 2%. And our CCI indicator is up 3.5% for English learners. And again, we saw a slight dip in CASP, ELA, and math. And so just a little bit about the ELPI. What is ELPI and how is it calculated? It's gone through some changes over the last few months, but right now how the ELPI is calculated is based upon our LPAC scores. And so it has three kind of calculations. Number one, it includes the LPAC summative assessment, or SA takers who increased at least one LP level between the current year and prior year, plus our summative assessment takers who maintained a level 4 between current and prior year. And then lastly, it's divided by the total number of LPAC takers from between the current year and prior year. So that's how the LP is calculated. Some additional information about the ELPI is that, number one, when you go on to the state dashboard, you won't see the colored wheel or dial, because the colored dial shows status and change, and we need 3 years to give us a performance indicator. So right now you'll just see status only, as I've indicated earlier today or earlier, that the state considers 42% as a low status. The State Board of Education anticipates reporting status and change, which will get the colored dial in the fall of 2020 after we've had 3 years of LPAC assessment. Again, the state has determined that any district that does not meet its minimum 95% of kids taking the test will be classified as low. Happy to report to you, board, that we have tested 95% and above of our kids, and our low status is associated with our 42%. And again, the major change with LP is that we moved from using the CELT as the indicator to the LPAC. And so we'll jump right into the data. 2 things I want to turn your attention to is that earlier I said if you look right there in the middle with the dark blue, you see that we are at a 42% for LP. One of the things that you'll notice is that if you go right below that, we're testing, that number is generated from 8,000 plus students. As you know, in our district, we're closer to 12 to 13,000 EL students. The reason that's 8,000 is because that represents the EL students who have taken LPAC 2 years in a row. You'll also see a comparison to the state and some of our similar and comparable school districts. You'll see the state of California is at 48.3% in LP. We're at 42. You'll see far over to the right, Compton is at 47.8. So it's all pretty comparable. And so we anticipate continued growth in this area. Next slide, you'll see the same LP indicator by level. So we wanted to show you again the district level for LP is 42%. And you'll see we've broken that down by elementary, middle, comprehensive high school, and continuation as well. And they're all pretty comparable. Next slide. We wanted to show you where our EL students are falling in terms of the LPAC. You'll see that of the 8,000 students, 22% of them decreased at least one level. We're not happy about that, so we're researching why that is. In the orange board, you'll see that we had 35.6% of the 8,000 students maintain levels. The gray area is EL students who maintain a level 4, and again, the metric that we're looking at most at is ELs who progress at least one LP level, and that's close to 40% of our EL students progressed at least one level. Next, you'll see some information on our LTELs, and so on the right of this slide board, you'll see all of the criteria that classifies a student as a long-term English learner. See, number one, that they were enrolled on census day in grades 6 through 12. They had to be enrolled in U.S. schools for at least 6 or more years. They had to have maintained or dropped the same EL proficiency level, and they had to perform poorly on the CASP in grades 6 through 9, and that's what would determine an LTEL or a long-term English learner. As it relates to the LPAC, you'll see where those kids fall out. That 13.8 of them tested at level 1. 34.4 of them tested at level 2, and you'll see in the gray, 38.4 tested at level 3, and then our highest proficiency level at 13.4% of our long-term English learners tested at level 4. And you'll note that of the 8,000 students that were identified as so let's start at the top. We have 12 to 13,000 total EL students. 8,000 of those students qualified to be counted in our LP score, which means that they've taken the LPAC 2 years in a row. And you'll see here that of those students, of our total 12 to 13,000 students that are ELs, you'll see that 2,689 of them are classified as long-term English learners. We just wanted to break that down for you can see that. Lastly, we wanted to show you what grades our LTELs are falling in. And you'll see that 38.5 of them are at the elementary level. Obviously, they'd be at the upper elementary. Middle, you'll see that 40% of them fall in our middle schools, and then 21.4 of them are high school students. And so at this point, I want to turn it over to Anna Applegate, our Director of Multilingual Programs, formerly known as EL Programs, formerly known as Prince.
Good evening, President Rogers, Vice President Wyatt, Cabinet, Dr. Marsden, the rest of our board members. So we are looking at the next slide, which is the new reclassification criteria. So as you know, the state has kind of moved to now counting only an overall 4 on the LPAC as the part of the criteria. The rest remains the same. In the past where you did CELT and they were counting levels 4 and 5, so now it's just the highest level. Your next slide, you can see the reclassification rates broken down by district and then at each level. And we're proud that these have consistently gone up over the last 3 to 4 years. And as you can see at middle school, there's an extreme push. We have a middle school initiative where the buck stops at middle school, and we want to make sure that our kids are reclassified, so they're over at 30% there. When you look at the next slide, you can see in comparison to other districts, we're really doing quite well with our reclassification, and we're very proud of that. Only Santa Ana is a little bit higher than we are. So having said that, we have had some successes, some challenges, but some of the things that we really want to do for improvement, First and foremost, we're really focusing on professional development. We know that we need to help our teachers work with our students because it's not easy, so we're making sure that we're building their capacity. We're working with our ELFs, our English Learner Facilitators, with teachers and administrators as well. We also want to make sure that our teachers are familiarized with the new blueprints. The LPAC is a new assessment. It's only been given a couple of years, so 42% is pretty much like our baseline. So we want to make sure that our stakeholders are more familiar with the blueprints and the kids understand what they're being asked. We also want to continue our valuable partnerships. We're very lucky today that we do have CABE here with us, one of our longtime partners, experts in EL. We are also working with Teacher Creative Materials, which is Dr. Mora Flores from USC, and she's doing much of our integrated designated English language development with our secondary teachers. And we also want to continue working with our support curriculum. Our kids need access. They really need access to curriculum, so we're working with Imagine Learning, who we have a Gates Foundation grant with, so we have 10 schools that are using Imagine Learning math, and we're really hoping to get some good results from that foundation. And we also have other partners that we're using as Language Live, iStation, and this is providing access for our kids to be able to access the curriculum. We also want to make sure that we continue our targeted support for our newcomers. We do have over 700 newcomers this year, so that number is not dwindling. It continues to grow, and they're all over. We have a breakdown of grade levels, so you have to understand that they're part of our EL-only group. So we're working and making sure that we have resources allocated and targeted support for our newcomers as well. We want to also really highlight that we're working collaboratively with all departments. We know that our English learners cannot be an afterthought. We want to make sure that we're at the table, we're at the foundational level with all of our departments. So we're working very hard with elementary, secondary, to make sure that that's embedded into everything that we do, because we need to change instruction. And in order to build capacity, we need to change instruction in the classroom. So we're working very hard on that. Having said that, we do have a great success story that we want to share with you. We are going to present Sarah McCain, the principal from Urbita Elementary School. She's had some fabulous outcomes, and if you look at page 16, you can see that her English Learner Progress Indicator, her LP, is 60.4%. That's where we want to be as a district. We want over half of our kids to be making that progress. You also see that she has made some good progress on ELA, CASP, and math, and it's actually broken down more on slide 17. So if you look at her English Language Arts, the left side is the state, what the state has done, and they're in orange. If you look at Urbita Elementary, she's in yellow. So she has increased actually 7.9 points in ELA. If you look at math at the state level, ELs are in orange. If you look at Urbita, they're in yellow, and she has actually gained 22.1 points in mathematics. And if you see slide 18, oh yes, I'm sorry, yes, her reclass rate is also above state average. So it's 16.9%, which is above the state expected of 15%. So she's kind of hitting it all out of the ballpark in all areas. And if you look at slide 18, you can see the tremendous growth she's had over a couple of years. So she is here today to tell you a little bit about the Urbita story and how they gained these great gains.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you to my hardworking staff. But good evening, Ms. Rogers, Dr. Wyatt, Dr. Marsden, the board and cabinet. Thank you so much for allowing us to take the time to share with you about our successes. Do you mind going back to the first slide for Urbita? So just want to, toot our horn a little bit because our staff has done some tremendous work here. Again, our LP score was 60.4%, which is considered high, and it was more than 12% above the state average for the LP. On our language arts CAF scores, we more than tripled the growth of the state and outperformed the state CAF scores by 13.9 scale score points. And then with math, we 10 times the growth in math that the state did, beyond the state. The second set of boxes compare the math scores again, and even though we're not quite where we want to be, we've made tremendous progress and we're really proud to celebrate the success of our students. So some of the systems that we've had in place that have contributed to our growth, I'd like to talk about 3 of those. So first, under the direction of Dr. Mitchell and elementary and secondary instruction, each of our school sites selected a professional learning focus that would span across a couple of years. And so at our site, we decided that we weren't satisfied with what our students were doing and we knew they deserved more. And so we chose a focus of inquiry because it was new to us and we knew it was relevant and we knew that it was something that could create a student-centered classroom. So as we set to work, we were fortunate to have a lot of networking, and we had Ms. Andrea Schindler, who connected us with Mary Walls from Action Driven Inquiry. And Mary had done a lot of NGSS trainings with several of the school districts around. And so after a lot of research, we went ahead and hired Mary, and we set to work on building collaborative units of instruction around a local phenomena that students would have an opportunity to solve. The units of instruction naturally incorporated academic vocabulary, opportunities for authentic collaboration and rigor, all things that contributed to the growth of our English learners. But in order to do that work, our teachers needed substantial time to create these units of development, so they needed time to collaborate. One day I was sitting here at a board meeting and I was hearing Luis Chavez present about his professional learning focus. It was much aligned to what ours was, and so we scheduled an appointment to meet with Luis. We went over his collaboration calendar, and then we decided to set to work on how could we adapt this for our school site. And through this process of this collaboration calendar, my program facilitator, Audra Ramos, and I developed a calendar that allowed the teachers to meet each week with their grade level teams for approximately 3 hours. And during that time, our students participate in rotations. But the most beneficial rotation we feel is the science enrichment block. So that opportunity is hands-on learning with academic vocabulary, opportunities for collaboration. In addition to that, we're very blessed to have a dual program at our site, so we believe that that's the third biggest contributor to our student growth. Through the multilingual department under the direction of Anna Applegate, our dual teachers have received substantial training in guided language acquisition, development, or design, Kagan, cooperative learning strategies, and more. And because we have these collaborative systems in place for our teachers to meet and plan, those dual teachers are able to then come and disseminate the information to our mainstream classes. Also, when I arrived to the site, our dual students were on full-day kindergarten schedule, but our mainstream English learners were in a half-day schedule. So we saw a flaw in that for multiple reasons. First, because our dual students were getting more instructional time than our mainstream counterparts. And so we set to work on changing that schedule and making sure that all of our students were entitled to a full-day kinder schedule. And in doing that, we've identified that we've been able to close a lot of early literacy gaps also that have helped to contribute to the growth of our English learners. So in moving forward for next year, we have some plans that we're looking at developing to improve our progress monitoring systems and hopefully pushing classroom support, where we'll be working with students on their individualized needs that are going to close their academic deficits. So we're going to have very focused collaboration time to address their needs. So.
Thank you, Ms. McCain. So board, as you heard, just some very coherent systems being led by our leaders. What we're excited about is that what can be done, what has been done can be done, and what is being done can be scaled. And so we're glad. One of the things that I heard from her is meeting with her peer and sharing knowledge and sharing practices, scaling it at our own site. I'm also hearing a deep commitment to collaboration. We've guided principals to say that every hour of PD that teachers receive, they should have an hour of planning time so that teachers are able to incorporate the learnings into their lesson design and planning. And we just know that teachers do better when they're able to think together and have focused goals together. So we're just so proud of your work, Sarah, and we're just looking forward to her continued progress and as well as scaling her practices across the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell, and Ms. McCain. Thank you so much, Ms. Applegate. Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation. Board, open it for questions that you might have.
Mr. Gallo, do you have any comments?
I don't.
Thank you. Dr. Wyatt? Dr. Wyatt? Okay, Dr. Hill?
I just want to say thank you for a great presentation of the good work. Thanks to both.
I'm going to address you first, and then I have questions for Dr. Mitchell and Mrs. Applegate and comments. And I just want to commend you and the teachers. I know a lot of the teachers there. I don't know how many of them I've taught, but they're just a good group of people. And leadership is real important. And you're demonstrating that you are an instructional leader and supportive of your teachers and not just collaborating among yourself, but with departments, with Applegate, with, elementary, and all the people that you need to do, and that's what we have to do. And so I really commend you as a model, and I recommend that you present this at the principals meeting.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I really do, because that would be, something that they can aspire to, just like you saw Luis present at the board. I think we need to share more about how all the systems interact and the dedication and so forth. And, inquiry is really phenomenal. And, we know from research that it's content and curiosity that drives the acquisition of knowledge and language. And that's so important. And organizing, teaching, learning like that is key. You're shaking your head so you know, because you go in those classrooms and you see all of that. I'm going to come and visit, so.
You know what? The staff is so open-minded, and it was the focus they wanted, so I just had to figure out how to support them. But
Right.
the kids are having a blast, and so is the
Right.
staff.
And the fact that you said the dual language kids are there, and then that you saw that you had to have extended kinder also for the mainstream kids, that's important. We know the more time that they have and engagement that they have, that they're going to move towards that. But it's the quality of engagement that increases the kids' knowledge and so forth. And when you're successful, the kids are, teachers, when you see success and you experience success, teachers are pumped, and so are parents, and you just grow and grow and grow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. I have several comments and questions. I'd like to go back to slide 6. And I would like to ask Ms. Applegate, I know, how many ELs do we have total? We don't have 8,028. Dr. Mitchell said we had about between 12 and 13. So these are just to clarify, these are just the kids that have 2 years of LPAC, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So that means next year we'll have an additional 5,000 kids that we're going to have to test.
Theoretically,
correct?
if they stay with us, and
Yeah.
yes.
So my question is, are we prepared to, do this assessment? We're going to probably need more staff to comply with the state and federal regulations, because we have to have 95% of our kids tested, correct?
Yes, correct.
So do you foresee how many people you might need or to train so they can do it? Because I know teachers don't have the time to do it,
Yes, and as our students are coming in, we also have students exiting. They're graduating, so the number doesn't fluctuate hugely. We sit between 12,000, 13,000 every year because of that, because outgoing and incoming. But we also work very closely with Barbara Richardson's office, Accountability and Technology, Ed, and we co-train and we work with the site trainers to make sure that they are all compliant with their percentage.
Mm-hmm. But I'm asking you, you think you're going to need additional staff?
We will look at that. We'll take into consideration, absolutely. So that's
'Cause
something
that's a lot of
that we can
kids.
really look at and
Yeah,
see.
5,000 kids is a lot of kids. And I know we would be in violation, board, of state and federal law if they were not all assessed. I checked on that today. I checked with the state. So we have that many kids, and including the RFEPs, how many ELs do we have in our district out of 49,000 kids?
Right now, we're sitting at approximately 11,000, and we did reclassify approximately 2,500 kids. So it's there, 13,000. That between 12 and 13 is always pretty much what we see.
Of total kids that
Including
we
our
have?
FIP, yes.
And that does not include the LTELs?
That includes the LTELs.
That includes the LTELs, okay. Okay, then on page 8, on slide 8, it's the 2019 student English language acquisition results. It's almost half of our kids, the blue and the orange, that are not at level 4. And so that's kind of discouraging to me. and that we only have 42%. When I was a teacher, 42% is an F.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Anything below 50% is an F. Actually, I had higher standards. So I think we need, as a district, to begin to direct our resources in terms of supporting our teachers and our parents. And then on page 9, the slide, we only have, it says the N was for the long-term English learners. We actually have 2,330 out of 2,689 that are not at level 4. And in order to reclassify, these are our middle school and our high school kids that, aren't being reclassified. And so it's a rhetorical question. I don't want you to answer it. What is it that we need to support our teachers in terms of, moving the dial for our LTELs? So I would like to, get that, your take on that, Mrs. Applegate. And then with the reclassification rates, I want to commend all of our teachers and all your staff and yourself for supporting them in terms of our high reclassification. And I think that's wonderful, and I just commend you for doing that, and also Dr. Mitchell for supporting our teachers and so forth, and our principals in providing that support, because reclassification is going to be tougher this coming year.
Yes, it is.
Because we have to hit 4 before we were able to do 3. But I was told that even if they are at 3, that if they're more towards a 4, we could reclassify them. Is that true?
Right now, that's not true. The state is very, very fixed on 4. But
It has to
there's
be
some
a-
discussion in
it has to be
Sacramento.
a clear
It
4?
has to be a clear 4, or we cannot move forward.
Oh, wow.
Not
So I
do
must
3
have
high.
been given misinformation.
No, right now, in Sacramento, I was just there Thursday, but there are challenges because of that. That's the highest level. So there will be some challenges. I'll update you as that
Is this
information
the first
comes.
year that everybody has to comply with the level 4?
Yes, this is finally the buck stopped with this year. So yes.
So that's going to be,
That
that's
will
going to
be
be
a
a
change for next year,
challenge.
yes.
I wanted to ask you, do the teachers ever see the formatting of the LPAC?
We've been doing training on it, and we have submitted materials to all the school sites with the actual blueprints. So that is one area that you saw in the next steps that we really, really want to be strategic about so that they are more familiar with it. Because absolutely, without that 4, we will expect to see some drops in
Because
reclass.
sometimes kids know stuff, but they're not used to the test format.
And
so
it is
we
very
have
different
to,
from the CELT.
we have to
Very
teach them
different.
the test format. Okay, and my last recommendation is, I was just given this new book. It's called the LCAP Toolkit, Using Research-Based Tools to Promote Equity for English Learners. And it's criteria to align the EL roadmap with our LCAP. So, Californians Together and the Center for Equity for English Learners from Loyola Marymount University has just published it. I think they're having a webinar. You're familiar with this?
Yes, I am familiar with that,
Okay.
yes.
What do you think?
It's great, absolutely great. We do have a 2-year rollout for the EL roadmap, and the team has been trained, so
Uh-huh.
that will be coming for our administrators and
So
teachers.
this toolkit is a rubric to see that
Yeah.
we, as a district, comply with equity related to the EL roadmap and the LCAP. So
That's correct.
I'm
We
glad
are
that
familiar
you're
with it. It's a great tool.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I just wanted to thank my team as well, who was all here,
Absolutely.
and our
Yes.
parents,
Could
and
they-
our partners.
Could you please stand?
It's a group
The-
effort.
Thank you
team.
all for being here. We appreciate your hard work. I've always said that the talent is always in the room, and we're just grateful for the presentation that shows that when we collaborate internal, we have some good things that we can move forward for our students. So thank you. We are now moving to, or back rather, 11.1, approval of consent items. And we've already have a vote, but, right? Oops. I got a little anxious. I wiped out two people. Us and the superintendent and staff. Let's see. Oh, yeah, here. Oh, I moved forward. Well, yeah, I did. Board discussion, Civic Center Act, Facilities Use Board Policy 1330, item 10.1. All right, here. Item 10.1, board discussion on the Civic Center Act, Facilities Use Board Policy 1330, 10.1.
So I'll let Ms. Christakis frame this for us. She's all aware of this, I think. You have it in front of you, the facilities, board policy on the use of facilities. Or Dr. Volkmer.
And you, board members, in case you don't have it in a printed form, you can click on it. It's right there. You can see it and view it.
Board, we have an
1.1.
existing policy that provides access to our facilities. Community can use the facilities. There are associated fees related to use for the facilities. And we have regulations around ensuring that folks that use the facilities have insurance and other requirements so that we're protecting the district as well as opening our facilities to our community.
Okay, so we're opening up, Ms. Christakis, were you done with your comments? So we're opening up the discussion on the policy. One, I think the board policy individuals, might be something that you all really need to look at, because we want to make sure that we as board members are being, in line with requests. So I believe there may be some comments surrounding this. So Mr. Gallo, we'll start with you.
And Janie, could you refresh us? Are there approval criterion for what things we would support? Or is it simply anybody that requests it, we just go through, the compliance requirements?
There's different levels for different types of group that access our facilities. We don't allow alcohol. There's different, have a list of do's and don'ts for the property, because we want to ensure that when school sites come back, that the property is in good condition. Generally, it's open to anyone that requests the use of facilities, as long as there's not any intended damage to the facility, and we ensure that they follow our rules and regulations. So we have administrative regulations as well that provide some guidance.
Well, for instance, there may be some uses for certain groups that we might not wish to host at a district. How would we make those determinations?
So I would have to get back to you. We're pretty open to, there's very open guidelines that the facilities are open to the public. So depending on the activity, I'd have more details on what you're asking about, so that we could tell you, and Mr. Reese has more details on the ins and outs of the.
Well, and thank you, Janie. And kind of what generated my concern about this issue was the fact that the district facilities were used to basically advocate for a position that should have been, in my mind, a board decision. And these facilities were used as a backdrop to basically oppose a economic development project here in the city. And, a very large economic development program that went through all of the approvals and public hearings, et cetera, and that our facilities were then used as a backdrop, implying that the district actually agreed with the opposition of this project. And that is simply not true from my understanding. The district has not taken a position for or against the project, and yet the use of the facility had indicated that by the backdrop and, school board member participating in the press conference, et cetera.
So we can't restrict it based on different views. You can imagine that that could vary widely among groups.
Well, but don't you, if it's putting the district in a position to take, to basically take a position, then wouldn't that be a board decision? I mean, then I guess I'm not really asking you. I guess I'm really asking the board.
Yeah, really, it is up to you as a board to set your policy.
Right.
And, if you have a
Right.
board protocol or a process that you want to deploy as part of your policy, you could do that.
Yeah, and I mean, and I agree, we all have varying positions on a number of different things, but we don't unilaterally put the district in a position to indicate approval or rejection of a specific board member's approval without bringing it to the board and us having to actually make that decision to say, yeah, we're going to support Mike Gallo in whatever crazy thing he's up to now, or not. I mean, so to me, I think we've got to see this reflected in this policy. And, especially when here we are advocates of economic development and creating prosperity for our kids and through an education and ultimately placement into demand industry sectors and careers. And, we come out as basically opposing one of the largest projects in this area in probably 20 years. So that's my input. I think we need a policy to actually have us make a decision. Is that what we want the district to advocate or not advocate?
And I think that's probably something that, because the policy is there and there's some verbiage that maybe need to be added.
Well, that's why I asked if we knew that was
Dr.
in here. It
Wyatt's
sounds
gonna
like
speak.
it's very general,
It
but
is. It's-
I'm just thinking that if it implies that the district's taking a position for or against a significant issue, then I would think the board should approve or deny that request.
Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm just looking at the current BP as it's written. And if we look at priority of use, we have 8 different areas that we shall or can give preference for our, folks using our facilities. And I'll read right after number 8, and it says, as necessary to ensure efficient use of school facilities and grounds, the superintendent or designee may, with the board's approval, enter into an agreement for the joint use of any school facility or grounds. The board shall approve any such agreement only if it determines that is in the best interest of the district and the community. So for me, that's pretty black and white right there, that we have the ability to determine that any use of our facilities, if it's in the best interest of our district and community. So I would think something like this should come to our attention first before it's used and then can impact our economy, definitely in our community, which there is a position on this. So.
Well, we should have made the
That's what it says.
the decision.
Dr. Hill, and then I'll go to Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just say ditto to what was said. I think it's so important that we don't leave a lot for people to interpret what we mean. And it should be very clear. And I agree with you, but what you just read, it fits the bill. And we just need to follow the policy. Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
Madam President, I concur with my colleagues. I would also add that we put another bullet in there, number 9, that it would not be used for political props. Our facilities would not be used for political, or, I don't know, how to say, yeah. What did you say? Political influence or, something like that, because it would be conflict. I mean, in terms of, you don't want to say that?
I'll just give you a thing. For instance, let's say the board approves a bond that's going to be on the ballot. It's going to be a measure on the ballot that's going to fund public education to, whatever. We all say, yeah, that's a great thing. So we can't advertise that or we can't use our facilities for.
Well, say an
rally for that,
outside political.
Oh, it's like, yeah, I think maybe for a political candidate, like especially a single board member or
Maybe we
something.
can't do
I-
that.
I-
What I wanted to do is put in there that, to capture what
I
your
understand
concern
what you're
was.
saying.
Maybe I don't know, maybe I'm not saying it correctly, but
I
I
get
wanted
it.
to capture what everybody was saying in terms of vetting,
Yeah.
vetting each,
But I think if the
person.
board should make the decision. I mean, for instance, if a political issue was to come up,
Mhm.
then the board would say, well, yeah, let's vote on it and we'll weigh in on it. I think what Scott read was perfect.
Exactly.
Yeah, that
Well, I
actually.
think if
Well,
we.
it's a clear
could-
contradiction of what we've been proposing and what they were advocating. It was a clear.
Oh, I'm
It
with.
was a
I'm-
clear
I'm-
contradiction.
That's why we're
And so
discussing it.
before, so we
Right.
don't have to, travel down the road of whether the support, I think the statement was said that the district has not opposed or the district has not said, but I just want to remind us of, as necessary, to ensure effective use of school facilities and grounds, the superintendent or designee may, with the board's approval, enter into an agreement for the joint use of any school facilities or grounds. The board shall approve any such agreement only if it determines that it is in the best interest of the district and the community. So
Well,
I would encourage the policy committee to look at it again, see if you're okay with this, because we're not going to change the wording tonight, but that is the charge of the policy
And
committee.
then also, Madam President, I was thinking that
Yes.
it would be like either Superintendent Marsden or whoever is the next superintendent or whoever is in charge of okaying the use of facilities is aware that they cannot do it unless we approve it.
And it's designee, it's stated in there,
Right.
or designee, if it's
Dr.
not, so.
Dr. Flores and colleagues of the board, it says the board shall.
Right.
And when you talk about legal language, that means
Don't have.
it's up to us.
Yes,
We have ultimate
yes,
authority over that. Shall or must means the board makes that determination.
Yes.
Mr. Gallo, did you have a final
And
comment?
just kind of, because use of facilities, I mean, I know that these deal with cleanup and other kinds of, behavior on the facility and everything. Let me just ask a question, maybe Janie, you know this. For the use of facilities for that press conference, did they go through this process and sign a facilities use agreement?
They followed the process. My understanding is they had to sign, they had to show that they had insurance. It was, anyway, they had to show they had insurance and, yes. So one comment is sometimes, we don't always know what people are going to say. Or we don't always know when they go to use a facility that they're going to say something specific. We don't have all that.
And so
always
that,
ahead of time,
on,
but we'll bring a
Although this one was pretty.
We'll bring
Yeah.
a
obvious.
recommendation that falls within the guidelines of the Civic Center Act.
Okay.
We'll bring recommendations to the policy.
and the policy
committee.
committee
That's
get
great.
together,
Thank
and we
you.
can do
Thank
that
you.
sooner than later. Thank you for that discussion. 10.2, we're now at board members' reports and comments, and we'll begin with Dr. Flores.
I just want to thank our cabinet for all of their BCs. I really appreciate all of them. I thank Ms. Christakos for, that was very comprehensive in terms of the update on the safety and threat assessment of all our schools. It was overwhelming in terms of what needs to be done and the cost factor. I was like, we gotta think about what a plan, like a 5-year plan or a 3-year plan, but I know our safety, our kids' safety and our teacher safety and principal safety is very important, our parent safety. And so I thank you for that. It was very comprehensive, and your staff for doing that. And also Chief Paulino for your input as well, because it did deal with safety and cameras and all of that, and fencing, and oh my goodness, it was a lot. I read it like 3 times for it to sink in. And then Dr. Monitis, thank you so much for the MTSS follow-up. And you went ahead and put in theory and practice, and added the board to your slide. Good deal. as stakeholders. And then I also wanted to thank Chief Paulino, because I was concerned about the use of pepper spray, but you explained it to me, and it's not used often, but only when, adults are endangered or children or students are endangered. So, but it still kind of frightens me that we have to use it, but I understand the rationale. I just want you to know. And then, board, census is coming, and I wondered, there are some districts that are allowing our parents to use their labs and their computers for them to fill out their census. I think that would be really, Dr. Marsden, I think we can, right? We can do that.
And yes, already the parents came, that we're doing it.
That we are able to do that. I think that would be great, so especially our preschoolers and all our families that come. And the census people said that they would provide assistance if we were to have.
It's being done.
It's been done?
It's being done.
Oh, it's
yes.
being done?
Yes, what you've just said is being
Oh,
done.
in our schools? Oh, great, okay. I wasn't aware of that. In all our schools?
It's the, well,
So it's not in every single school, but efforts, our Family Engagement Office has actually partnered with several groups from the county that are helping us facilitate that.
Okay,
So
great.
it's not at every single, not all, 70-plus school sites, but we're being strategic based on what the folks who actually are running census are
Okay.
informing us.
Oh, that's excellent. Thank you. I didn't know that. I know we talked about it, but I wondered if we're actually doing it. Thank you, Dr. Pettis. And then one last thing, I'm really looking forward to Literacy Day on Saturday at San Gregorio, and Tasha Doyson is directing that. I've been going to their literacy task force, and I participate a little bit, but just observe, and they've organized a great literacy campaign, so a great Literacy Day. I'm planning on attending. I hope that some of you can go too. And it's from like 9 o'clock to 1 p.m. this coming Saturday. Thank you.
thank you. Dr. Hill?
Thank you so much. I want to say first, thanks to, I would probably say I would like to say all of our schools, but a lot of our schools that I've had a chance to visit this past month, just saw some interesting, unique, and wonderful things going on for students, and I just appreciate so much those who have such compassion for the kids and what they're doing. I want to say to Cabinet, thank you so much. I know you always listen to us, and I don't think we thank you enough for the good things that you're doing for us. You know, you never tell us to shut up and sit down. You always listen and get back with an answer, so really appreciate that, because I know sometimes I get on my bandwagon and probably should get off a lot sooner than I do. On the coronavirus, I'm glad to see the information here, and we're notifying our parents and students. I would like to recommend, though, that we make sure every classroom has sanitizers in there, room for the kids to use. Dr. Perez, thank you so much. I'm a big complainer about foster youth and homeless, and I had an opportunity to attend the summit the other day. It was absolutely wonderful, and for those of you who have not heard Giles Johns, he's fantastic. He changes the hearts of those kids, most everyone he meets, and I understand he's coming back in the area to do more work. But I also want to thank county schools, because they paid for every student to get a copy of his book. And he stood there for hours and autographed all of those copies for the students who were in line. So we have some phenomenal things going on with and for our students. A real disappointment And it's with regrets I don't remember his name, but we had a 7th grader at King Middle School pass away a little over a week ago from cancer. So I'm hoping that perhaps we can close out our meeting in with respect to him. And other than that, I just want to say to all of you here tonight and all of you who work for the district, our parents, our police, and everyone else, thank you for all the good work you're doing. And I know someone posted this little thing on Facebook of the bad districts, and I think we were listed as number 10. I remember when those things used to get on my nerves, but I look at them now and say, if you think we're number 10, you sure got this one wrong, because we're doing some really neat things in our schools. And I'm just hoping our staff members know they're doing a good job and how much we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President, and just a couple updates and some events that I was fortunate to be able to attend. This past Friday, actually two Fridays ago, I was able to go to the Hawk Battalion ROTC Ball, which is always an amazing event when we see our young men and young ladies decked out in their military outfits and just performing a number of demonstrations that they were doing, and just the ladies too, as they looked sharp as a tack. And you know, one of the largest ROTC programs in our area, and then not just our ROTC, but from all over the county they come to. So my compliments to Major Williams and Arroyo Valley High School. Had an interesting invitation from Mr. Gil Navarro, one of our colleagues on the water board, to go to the Association of San Diego County Special Districts, which deals a lot with the different water districts in our area, and I didn't realize just how many water districts there are and the complexity of water. But was very fortunate to meet our friends from East Valley Water District, and I know some of my colleagues here went to the ribbon cutting the very next day at Indian Springs High School for our, and I don't know which particular pathway it is, and it has to deal with water treatment, I believe. Maybe Dr. Marsden knows a little bit more about that, or Mr. Gallo, but just a really, really nice, again, collaborations we have with a local employer in what we would call, you know, a high-tech, high-demand, high-pay industry. So right here next to one of our high schools. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. And then really to get a lovely opportunity to enjoy our honor band and honor orchestra on 2 different nights, elementary, middle school, and high school, and boy, those kids can bring it, let me tell you. And I'm looking forward. I didn't get to see, I know our choir's coming up, and we had an honor dance coming up, and one of my very favorites is the honor drum line, which I'm definitely looking forward to. So my compliments to our VAPA team out there and what they're doing. You know, there's a lot of different things we do in our district, as you said, Dr. Hill, on, you know, it's easy to look at test scores sometimes and say, oh, well, where we're ranked, but if you really look at what we're doing with our kids and what our students, more importantly, are doing, performing and achieving, you know, I think we already know in many instances our kids can match up and go against anybody in this country. Matter of fact, one of the young ladies that was on the honor orchestra high school team, or high school band, I don't know, orchestra, whatever we call it, she was ranked nationally. She played nationally for the national orchestra team. So, I mean, that was testimony in itself that, you know, the talent in our city is as good as it gets. And we know that in many different areas, whether it's sports, athletics, music, our mock trial team, as we've seen, been top in the county. So outstanding things happen here in San Bernardino, in our wonderful city, in our wonderful district. And again, they may say we might be ranked 10th somewhere bad on the list, but I know there's a lot more better things going on in this city than that. So great job out there to our community, our staff, and our kids.
Mr. Gallo?
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, what Scott was talking about was our partnership with East Valley Water District, and no, it's a great one. We've been working with it for a long time. I know Dale, that's been a passion of Dale's too, with the executive director and all of the board members as well, supporting that initiative at Indian Springs High School. And they've actually opened up a career pathway that'll be water resources and kind of wastewater analyses and treatments, et cetera. And it's kind of a great beginnings of a great technology lab that we'll have as another career pathway. they've shared with us some of the details of the retiring, aging out workforce, et cetera, and these are great paying jobs with longevity, and that's exactly what our community needs. I got, if you can believe this, I got some, Scott's pointing to me, I'll read that in a second, but I got a graduation assignments in the mail here in some of our packages. And, it just reminds me that the work that all of us, all of you, our teachers, instructional staff do every day, graduation is going to come every single year, and every day counts in this. And there's a sense of urgency that, look, our kids are rolling through here, and they're going to be either successful, maybe on a path, or maybe not so successful. And we have 180 days basically, right, to reach them and figure out how we can make the most out of their graduation. And that's always kind of, it's a celebration time, graduation, but it's also kind of a sobering time to say, look, this class is done. We're done with them. And, or we've done what we can do for them here. And we just, I know it's kind of, it's just heartening to see the great work that we're doing and pathways, opportunities, and it's really neat to see some of these graduates, especially in the seniors and the juniors that are now experiencing our career pathways, and hearing their brothers and sisters at graduation say, "I wish that was here when I was here," and so the work we're doing is life-changing, guys. It really is, and it's meaningful. This is setting the course of our kids' lives, and it's foundational work that we're doing here. So I just applaud you and say, let's give it an all every single day till our students say and wave goodbye and say thank you. You wanted me to take something? I'm sorry, Scott. I gotta put my. Oh, yeah, and what was this one for? Oh, yeah, the Amazon one, right. And as you know, we were kind of on that path, that discussion about what they're doing. As you may have heard, we've got a pathway, of course, at Cajon High School with kind of a partnership with Amazon. They've invested and put some dollars in it. And as you may know, Amazon has now developed their own transportation network and developed their own airline. And this is going to be deployed right here at what's called Eastgate at Norton Air Force Base. It's finally the former Norton Air Force Base, San Bernardino International Airport. This is what people in this community have been crying for since 1992 when the base was realigned and closed. And, we, at least me personally, I'm the oldest commercial tenant on that base. We've been on that base with my aerospace company, et cetera, for decades and 27 years. And I have seen the growth of this airport. We're seeing it stabilize, and I'd sure love to see our partnership grow with Amazon as well. So that's all I have.
Thank you for your comments. I won't repeat many of those that were already spoken about because I had a chance to attend most of those events. But I did want to recognize Chief Polino. I haven't been over there to tour, but I had a semi-tour meeting today, and I went there because we also have clergy in our district, and Dr. Marsden, they gave you a huge shout out for the support that you have given, and the goal has been kind of to bring them together and ensure that they're getting the recognition. They've been doing this for something like 18 years, and so I think that that is great, and I appreciate that. My second comment was I did, amongst the other sites that I got a chance to visit, I did go back to Emerton for the Reading Across America. It was great. And having said that, and I've probably expressed this to Dr. Volkermer, but I think it's very important, everything that we've set up here, it's important for us to remember, and I remember saying this time ago, we have to do our own celebrating and making sure that people know our message and they don't make the message for us. And I was really disheartened when staff has to sit in meetings and hear how bad something is alleged and then not be able to comment. And this again is my concern about all of our schools being great, and nothing is perfect, but it is my hope that those that are in charge, and from the superintendent down, know where we have our greatest challenges, and we don't have to have principals sit in the room and endure non-truth and not be able to respond. And I know responding sometimes can just get a real sticky, but we have to message. We have to say what it is. Just like Dr. Hill said, there's stuff that comes out, and I'm not saying go on Facebook, and that is not the place to do the forum. But when we're there, we have to defend what we know is true. Otherwise, as a board member, I'm questioning, is it true? Then I get in the same position and I can't defend. And I want to be able to say, yes, we're doing this. And if there are some challenges, that we definitely are addressing that. Another thing that came to my attention is there was our laptops or our Chromebooks. A parent reached out to me and had to get their child's Chromebook fixed. So they figured out that process. But it was the follow-up, which was the concern, that the follow-up said that it's 90 days. Now the problem is the parent was very logical when they said, well, my kid school will be over. So however that, missing the mark, whatever it may be, again, it was brought to my attention, and we give these Chromebooks out, I would assume, and I'm not sure, but I remember there was a time we had a backlog of Chromebooks, so why can't we swap one out for another? So please, look at that and make sure that, we're getting that message out. And then lastly, as board members, I think it's important for us to make sure that we balance, our comments, our information, because, there's some details that sometimes we just don't know. And I think we do our best to try to get the information out, but, it's not a challenge. We're not here to challenge anyone. We're here to make sure we get the best information, because after sitting in a meeting and someone sharing their concerns, clearly there's a disconnect. And I think we're all supposed to be working together towards a common goal. I want to be able to say that all of our schools are great, not the three. And you all know my feeling about magnet schools and specialized schools. There's only so many seats. So if you build one that can fit 53,000 students, then you'll have my support. But until such time as that, we have to do what's best for, the majority and all kids. Thank you. Those are my comments. Now at 10.3, superintendent and staff.
Thank you, Madam President, and I will actually continue a little bit of the conversation around our Career Pathways Tour, because Board Ginger Ontiveros and I will be hosting a tour with our student board members this Thursday. So if you are interested in joining us, it'll be from 9 a.m. to 3 o'clock. You can come anytime during that time if you want to come for all or part. We'll be looking at pathways at Norton Elementary School, Curtis Middle School, and Cajon High School. So if you're interested in participating, you can let me know now, or if you could follow up with Karen by 2 o'clock tomorrow. We'd love to have you as part of that tour on Thursday, March 5th. Again, from 9 to 3, we'd be very happy to have you join us. So anyone that knows they're interested and can do that now, got to look at your calendars. Yeah, please do let Karen know by 2 tomorrow. That'd be fantastic. And then secondly, wanted to recognize one of our students. Congratulations to Indian Springs High School student Iris Morales on her selection as a City of San Bernardino's Outstanding Student Athlete. Iris has brought her scoring skills to the Indian Springs girls varsity soccer team and has played a key role in the team's winning season. And she has a 3.0 GPA. Go Coyotes, true scholar and athlete. So congratulations to her. And then finally, Board, just wanted to remind you, in light of my transition, I feel we've decided to reschedule our Education Bridge Committee. So if you have that on your calendar for Thursday, March 12th, please take that off. That's been canceled. Thank you. Those are all my comments.
Thank you.
Not yet.
No follow-up date, but I think this information went out, so I can go ahead and share it now. Two of our, Dr. Hill, our board member, as well as our VP over at, I can't remember the school, King, at King, will be honored on the 28th of this month. Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated turned 100 years old this year, and Dr. Hill, who's nowhere near a century.
Oh, I
because
was
that
going to
her-
say, happy birthday,
No.
Dr. Hill.
I knew I have to shake this, is getting the Centurion of the Year award for her service and her work, which is one of the highest awards that the sorority has. So she is a Centurion. But her statement was, that was her statement, was like, you gave it because I'm 100? I'm like, not at all. And then you really see fit. So those formalized emails are going out. Oh, girls basketball just on their state play. They won 50 to 46 against, is it Hoover? Hoover, all right. Great, Cardinals, give it up, give it up. All right, thank you. We are now, yeah, adding more.
That's the first time they have been to the playoffs.
Wow, that's amazing. And this is our story.
We were just talking about that.
This is our story. All right. All right, so I'm moving to 11.1. So we have two items. I'm not sure which one was yours, Dr. Flores. Is 11 point, okay. I thought we had a motion. So we do the motion. Now we're at the, you gotta leave. But are you 11.15? That's Dr. Flores.
So we vote on the ret?
Okay, so we just need to vote because we called for a. Okay. Okay. Because and we need to get that clear because earlier we're saying we're pulling then, but pulling them early, and then we were landing at the discussion, and then we were going to vote. That's it. Okay. 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 So we need to.
I move that we
Thank you.
approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion?
Again, just a reminder, we've pulled item 11.15, 11.17, which we'll hear separately.
All right.
Yeah,
So let's vote, right? Okay. And then yeah. Okay, so we're gonna vote now, but then she's gonna move, okay. Gotcha, yes. 11
Now-
point,
Yeah, so the board will, yeah,
okay.
11.15, correct,
11.15.
yes.
Yeah, good night, Barbara.
Okay, Doctor. I got a motion in a second, right? Okay. Okay,
Well, I'll make a motion for, we're going to take it individually on
yeah.
11.15.
Correct.
okay.
I make that motion.
Made a motion, I need a second. Okay, all right, it's been moved and probably second. Discussion? Yes, Dr. Hill.
And my discussion is very brief. I've been to CABE conferences, and they do a great job, and I appreciate the work they do. My comment came from a parent who was a little upset because she said, I guess in order for some of us to go to a conference, we're going to have to come down and go to meetings and be rude and this, that, and the other. And I said, no, that's not the situation. She said, well, there are people who are going to the conference who have not been supportive of the district, and there have been one or two of us who've been very supportive, and we were eliminated from going to the conference. And I shared with her, I'm sure that the intent is to make sure everything is fair with everybody. So I'm just hoping that we'll continue to look at our fairness, and when we send parents to conferences, that we're just fair with all of them. Again, I just heard one side of the story, but I just felt the need to just share that. With that, I make a motion. I'm sorry, we have a motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second, let's vote. All right,
Go ahead and call Dr. Flores back in, please.
and then she's gonna trade places with,
We have a team member that can
Gala.
call Dr. Oh, thank you, Dr. Wyatt.
All right, motion carried forward. All right. So, oh, it was Scott. Oh, I'm thinking it was Mike. Okay. All right. We are now, item 11.17. Is there a motion? It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Wake up, everybody. It's been moved in second.
I'm reading
Is
it
there-
first.
Is there
This was-
any discussion? All right. Well, if there is no discussion, let's vote. Right, motion carried. Thank you. We need Dr. Wyatt
We
back.
call Dr. Wyatt back in, please. Thank you.
We are now at 11 point, oh, I'm sorry. .1 Personnel Report, number 14, dated March 3rd, 2020.
As presented.
All right, is there a motion?
I move.
Been moved and properly second. Let's vote. There it is. All right, thank you. Motion carried. 12.2, proposed contract amendment, Deputy Superintendent.
So moved.
Do you all want me to read? I think I need to read this. All right. Be it resolved that the Board of Education appoints Harold J. Volkermer, Deputy Superintendent, as interim superintendent effective March 1st, 2020, and until such time as a new superintendent begins service, to be compensated at the current superintendent's salary. All other benefits and contract elements remain the same. There is a motion and a second. And,
I moved it.
okay, let's vote. Yes. Yes.
Do we have the privilege of knowing what J stands for?
I'd be honored to share that with you. It stands for Joseph, and that was my father's name.
Oh, Joseph. Thank you. All right, let's vote on.
Well, I should rescind my second based on that question.
You needed Joseph. All right, group. We are now at 12.3, and we're dizzy. Board ongoing initiatives and reports. All right. This is where we get motions.
Did we?
Second.
Oh, did we
Did you make
vote
a
on that,
motion?
by the way?
Okay, it's been moved in second. Is there, it was Scott, Dr. Wyatt,
And I seconded.
and Dr. Flores. Stop it. Yes. 12.3, and we're waiting to vote. All right, let's vote.
Karen, I don't know that I actually pressed it for item 12.2, but just vote me as aye for
Vote
that.
voice.
Okay.
All right.
I think it disappeared before I could press the button.
You need to be faster.
I voted yes. Yeah, I just did on this one too. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Motion carried. Item 12.4, Board Top 10.
So moved.
It's been moved in second. Is there a discussion? If not, let's vote. Very close.
All right, motion carried. 12.5, board follow-up.
So move.
Been moved and properly second. Is there a discussion? All right, let's vote. I didn't know. Dr. Wyatt, did you vote? Aye. Okay, motion carried. Item 12, I'm sorry. Did we just do 12.6?
12.6.
12.6,
On 12.
future agenda items.
So move.
Second.
Second, yeah.
Did you get that, Karen? Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? If not, let's vote. Oh, there's quick. All right, motion carried. Item 13.1, staff will review list of board requests. I think that will be Joseph Volker. I'm sorry. Jay.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, I've got these follow-ups from tonight's board meeting. Number one, explore the possible need for additional staff to complete LPAC testing. Number two, determine what is needed to support better performance from our LTELs.